But if a doctor is cute, forget the fruit. I am sure Dr. Pankaj के patients तो उनको कभी नहीं छोड़ना चाहेंगे. Then Dr. Ganpati Ramanan informed us about the new drugs on the horizon for CML and GIST.
Why didn't you do it before?
And the best part was question and answer session. Our audience was constantly throwing questions to the doctors, and our doctors were patiently giving all the answers. मुझे अजिंक्य रहाणे की अभी जो बैटिंग उन्होंने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में की थी और इंडिया को जीत दिलाई थी वो याद आ गई. क्वेश्चंस के बाउंसर पर बाउंसर और उतने ही आसानी से हर सवाल का जवाब हमारे डॉक्टर्स के द्वारा. And this was followed by the panel discussion on living with CML or GIST during this time of COVID and after started. This was moderated by our own Dr. Shyam Agarwal, and the other panelist doctors were Dr. Hemanth Malhotra, Dr. Hari Menon, and Dr. Raghu. जो सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन कल हर पेशेंट या उसके केयर गिवर के जबान पे था, हर फैमिली मेंबर उसका जानना चाहता था कि इफ टेकिंग वैक्सीन फॉर कोविड इज सेफ, इफ यू आर ऑन सीएमएल ड्रग, शुड वी टेक द वैक्सीन फॉर कोविड और नॉट. सारे डॉक्टर्स का एक ही ओपिनियन था, इट इज 100% सेफ, टेक द वैक्सीन व्हेन योर टर्न कम्स. And after all this highly informative session, we reached to the last leg of our day 1. Gaata rahe mera dil. I am 100% sure you all must have sung with the melodious song played by Pranay Ranjan. And the most important part was कि जितने भी आर्टिस्ट थे वो अपनी FOM फैमिली के ही थे. वेंकी, तन्वी, मुजीब, तुषार, अविनाश and our own अम्मा और छुपा रुस्तम सुंदर. कल का सरप्राइज एलिमेंट था परफॉर्मेंस बाय डॉक्टर हरि मेनन. ये एक सरप्राइज था, किसी को नहीं मालूम था कि डॉक्टर हरि मेनन इज गोइंग टू परफॉर्म. दिस 1 hour एंटरटेनमेंट वाज सो अमेजिंग. प्रणय, यू मेड आवर इवनिंग यार. I thank you all those who have attended our yesterday's event, and once again welcome you all on day 2 of our 5th Leadership Summit. Over to you, Anil Bhaiya.
So thanks, Shyam Bhaiya, and I'm sure you all must have now settled on your seat, not only on the seat, but also from your mind, because it's important to start a day with a proper mindset, and that is the purpose of recap. So with this recap, and to maintain this momentum, I can only promise that today's day is going to be equally exciting and informative. The best part of today's day, I would like to share that today we have our friends, overseas friends here. It was our dream, we have been talking in all our meets that we need to call our overseas friends to India. Yes, and I'm sure all our trustee members, including Vijayamma, it was our dream which has come true today. Maybe on this virtual platform, but we are very, very happy to welcome our overseas friends for this meet, and this will definitely help us to see inside what's happening across the world in the area of CML. Just to name our friends, we have Pat from US, from Friends of Max, and who doesn't know Pat? We all know, and the job is being done. What all she has done for this CML, we all know very well. She will give us the brief on details of Max Foundation, what they did in last 2 decades. And so please get connected to this meet till the end. Then we have Giora from Israel. He's a co-founder of CML Network Advocates, one of the leading group in the world, doing so much for the CML advocacy that whatever you are getting today, whatever benefits you are getting today, all because of such groups like this. Then we have we have Rod from Philippines. We have Dr. Razak from Malaysia, and they will be talking about, how to sustain the success of patient groups. It is not easy. It's very difficult. And then to sustain the success of these patient groups. And we can get all the insights and all kind of things which they have done in past to make sure that they sustain the success of the patient groups, which will help us also. We have with us Shofiur Rahaman from Bangladesh, who will give us the insight on various issues being faced by new groups like his in Bangladesh. We were also new 10 years back, but now we are having some experience, but in Bangladesh, they are facing the problems and they will share about those. And then we have Jan from Germany. He's again a co-founder from CML Advocate Network, and again, a very, very strong advocate for CML advocacy. And all this, what we are getting is the result of all the hard work they have been doing for us, for the patients in the world. So this is, and I'm so lucky that I have met personally these people, and on some of the occasions when I've been visiting some like CML Horizon, etc., etc. I'm so lucky, and I know how much close they are with the CML, how much close they are, what they feel about, and how much advocacy job they do for the patients, and how they push various pharmacies to ensure that best of medicine is available with best of comfort. So we will get to know all this from them. And then, of course, our most loved sessions of medical sessions, wherein today in the medical sessions too, we will have, again, very interesting topics. You saw some very interesting topics yesterday. Today's topic are also going to be very, very interesting. So you should be very carefully attend all these medical sessions. We'll have Dr. Digumarti, who will talk about GIST management. We have Dr. Manju Sengar giving the details on guidelines management. We have Dr. Hemanth Malhotra, again, a very interesting topic of TFR. TFR is buzzword in this CML world today. And yesterday also we had a lot of discussion on this. And today Dr. Malhotra will talk about TFR and its feasibility. Most important is, can in India, with the environment we are in, is there a feasibility of TFR? Very, very interesting topic. So please be there to listen to all these things. And of course, then we have Dr. M B Agarwal talking about BMT, one of the ways of treating CML, and you should know about that. Then we have Dr. Bhawna giving detail on access programs. So all these topics are going to be very interesting and will give you a lot of insight and will help you at all. Then, of course, our panel discussion will be there, wherein, what are we going to do? We are going to show challenge to doctors. Why? Because this panel discussion is on what is the role of groups like FOM for handling CML and GIST. On this platform, wherein Max Foundation and FOM are there, they will let us know what all improvement they did and how they look towards this group like ours. It's going to be very interesting, and it will have a lot of understanding for us. And then, last but not the least, the most important, what all Max Foundation has done in last 2 decades by our dear Pat. So, all set, we are all set, and I request you all to throw as many questions as possible, because it is a very rare platform. In this platform, you have best of physicians, best of advocates, and what else you want? And here, time is there for you. So you ask questions, as many questions as possible, and clear all your doubts. Stage is set. Over to you for the moving forward. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anil ji. Thank you, Anil ji and Shyam Bhaiya, for that vivid flashback and the highlights of what the day holds for us today. As we move on to our international segment, Beyond Borders, sharing and learning from our international brethren, I now call upon FOM trustees and chairpersons for this segment, Vijay Venkatesh, whom we all fondly call as Amma, and S. Parameswaran, whom we all know as Param, to say a few words.
Thank you, Ashray. Thank you, Ashray, and thank you, Shyam Bhaiya and Anil ji. What a great day we had yesterday, and now we have this whole evening ahead of us. And of course, we begin with a very, very special session. Like Anil was saying, forever we have so wanted to have our champions from the international arena of CML and GIST to be part of our meetings. During meetings like CML Horizons and the Rising Sun, when a few of us have met with them, I have so fiercely wanted just one thing, and that has been to bring our friends to India, to bring our friends here to all of you so that you can all, my dear city chapter leaders, so you can all meet them, listen to them, and talk to them. But somehow many things came in the way of that dream, and then of course the pandemic happened. So I was reading an article on the Economist on the pandemic, and I will just quote a few words from there. The pandemic has been an exercise in subtraction. I love the way they use the word subtraction. There are the voids left by loved ones who have succumbed to COVID-19, the gaps where jobs and school used to be, the absence of friends and family. And then there are the smaller things. I will say there are the seemingly smaller things that are missing. Because to stop the spread of COVID-19, we the people, we have forsaken the handshakes, we have forsaken the pats, the squeezes, the hugs, and the strokes that form daily interaction. And we know that, we all know how much we have missed seeing each other, hugging each other, and breaking bread together. So, as we all know, it is an ill wind that blows no good, and the pandemic too has taught us many things. The most important being how to harness technology and to continue to be in touch, even when we can't touch each other and even when we are locked in. We continued with our patient meetings. Our physicians worked with us online. They made sure that no patient went without a prescription or without their medication. And today, thanks to technology, our dream, Friends of Max trustees, our dream has come true. Though we cannot shake them by the hand and hug them close, we can see our international brethren and listen to them. So without much ado, I hand over to my co-chair, my dear Param, to introduce our first speaker. He himself is one of the speakers, but to introduce his co-speaker to all of you. Over to you, Param.
Thank you, Amma. Thank you, Shyam Bhaiya. Thank you, Anil. Thank you, Ashray and Sudha. Good evening to one and all. Good morning, good afternoon. It's indeed a pleasure to start on the day 2 of our Leadership Summit on a bright note, wherein I've been given the opportunity to introduce my speaker who's going to talk on MPN. Together, me and Giora is going to do. But before we start into the presentation, I'd like to introduce my elder brother, Giora Sharf. Giora has been the strong patient advocate for the entire CML community, and I see him as the big brother. So Giora, if I have to just use the local language, Geo, it's Geo. Live life to the fullest. And he is that example who has lived with CML to the fullest. He is on TFR, he is from Israel, and he has worked hard to set up the CML community, and which has spread its wings across the globe. And one thing, if I have to just say in short about Giora, he is not going to rest till we get a cure for CML. That's his passion, and it's such a pleasure to have him today, along with the other speakers, where we are going to share and practice as to what's happening well within the larger community of CML. And in today's talk, me and Giora are going to talk a little bit more on how we are going to spread the horizons of Friends of Max by having the NPN support group moving into our bandwidth of Friends of Max. So thank you. Welcome, Giora. So I'm just going to put the slides on the screen for us to start. Over to you, Giora.
Thank you very much, Param. Thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you very much, Vijay. It's so great to see you. I know that you've been waiting for us to come to India for many years, but at least I have sent you my children, and you have hosted my children in India every time. You know, the Israelis, when they finish the army, they are accustomed to come to India for a few months, and all my children did it before. And you're, for them, a big support and help. So thank you for that. And it's really a pleasure being here with a friend of Max and speaking today about, I wouldn't say a new initiative, but a continuous initiative after establishing CML Advocate Network, which I'm sure that my co-founder and my friend Jan, who is with us here, will talk about it. And I'll, together with Param, who is a member of our MPN steering committee, we'll talk about the MPN Advocate Network. So MPN Advocate Network has been established to address the needs of patients from global perspective. And the goal, which I'll talk in a minute, is to build a worldwide network of MPN patient groups and to use that network to improve the lives of MPN patients everywhere. So Param, to you, please.
Yep, thank you. So as we continue with the journey, like how we established the CML support group, so now we are privileged to have the extension arm of Friends of Max to support the MPN patient group, for India, thereby, help the NPN group of patients and their caregivers. So this is going to be a part like exactly, mirroring the Friends of Max, which already is, a support group organization working very tirelessly over the past 2 decades with the CML and the GIST. And we're going to have this extended arm of NPN. Thereby, we, along with Friends of Max, we partner with the Leukemia Patient Advocacy Network, which is registered in Switzerland. Over to you, Giora.
Okay. So the mission of MPN Advocate Network is to enhance the ability of patient advocacy organizations all around the world in order to improve the patient care and quality of life globally for all those patients who have been diagnosed with MPNs. And for those of you who do not know what MPN stands for, the myeloproliferative neoplasm, it includes 3 main diseases. One of them is called polycythemia vera. Second one is the central thrombocytopenia, and the last one, myelofibrosis. And also there are a few other rare MPNs. And the vision of the MPN Advocate Network is a world where there is an effective and sustainable MPN patient community in every country, and to ensure that the best quality of life and therapies are accessible to all patients wherever they are in the world.
So moving on as to what we're going to do. So basically, we have now set the foundation because I had the opportunity to partner with the larger patient group of MPN, under Giora and his steering committee members. So I had been for 2 MPN horizons last couple of years and started connecting the dots from there. And we started, looking at opportunities as to how we can start, building up this support group, which is very essential, just not for Pan India, but for this region. So we're going to work towards, building up this patient community, because this patient community, especially under the MPN, they have not heard. In fact, doctors also says, oh, that's a good initiative to start, and that too under the banner of Friends of Max, because to all your understanding, CML comes under the NPN, but CML today has progressed so much with therapies where, we are heading towards a better life management and quality of life. MPN is still, trying to get there where we want to be. So what we're going to do is partner with the larger organizations which are quite matured in Europe and US, and share some best practices and look at what are the treatments that are emerging from these developed countries, and try to bring a very good network between the patient advocates, the researchers, the clinicians, and the health organizations along from Friends of Max and the other NPN network based healthcare organizations.
So MPN Advocate Networks is built on the successful model of CML Advocate Network, which started about 14 years ago. And all of these networks, and currently we have 4 independent networks, where CML Advocate Network, MPN Advocate Network. We also have a network for CLL and also for acute leukemia. All of them operate under a Swiss registered nonprofit foundation called Leukemia Patient Advocate Foundation. And the successful model of CML Advocate Network, which currently has 125 members in 95 countries, has been the model that all the networks actually are trying to imitate and to continue the success. We have currently 40 member organization in the MPN Advocate Network. They're coming from 30 countries. And here on the right, you can see the list of the steering committee members. Actually, 3 of them are quite new, just joined the steering committee a couple of months ago. One of them is Param, another one is from South America, from Chile, Liat, and the last one is Ken from Australia. So all these new members of the steering committee made it really true global steering committee that allows us to work and operate around the world. Next slide, please. So the objective of the network is to share the best practices of support and advocacy activities between all the patient group, wherever they are, to share available information on all current treatments, technologies, and research results. And we do it in different ways. You'll see it soon in webinars and in MPN Horizons. And it's also to encourage cooperation between advocates, researchers, clinicians, and healthcare organization, industry, and all stakeholders. And this is something that the network is at the beginning and following the step foot of CML Advocate Network, which is doing it for quite many years now. And at the end, to create useful resources for MPN advocates of various stages of development, from emerging to mature organization.
So moving on to what we're going to do. So how we're going to establish this. So at present, as I mentioned, we don't have a support group for MPN. We have a strong community for CML and GIST, but we don't have. So that's where, we are going to work together to, see and build the database like how we have for the CML and the GIST by working along with the doctors, the hematologists. We have a panel of doctors in our Friends of Max, core group, and we, work with the doctors and try to get the database and start, building this database for the MPN patients. And with that, we'll start leveraging of, working with a larger network group and try to share and learn, which is the model of Friends of Max, especially for the CML and GIST. And we have been very successful where that sharing and caring has really enhanced the quality of life of the CML patients and the GIST patients. And I'm sure we'll be able to enhance the quality of the MPN patient as well, not just for Pan India, but I think it's for this region. And what we have been doing so far. So we have created a support link in the Friends of Max. It was just before the pandemic last year. So we have this link where we start going to build on this, of adding some more, tools and sharing of knowledge and give some more inputs from the other network groups. So that's something going to happen during 2021. We also have drafted and sent, before the pandemic, on an introductory letters that, we have creating this MPN support group for with the leading hematologists. But what did we also hear when we started this? It's quite diversified across Pan India. And it's not like CML or GIST, where the patients are coming on a regular basis. It's quite so diversified, and especially with older patients more on the point. So, there's no kind of a touch situation. So we got to really work on to create this kind of a database, and, got to work with the, labs, and got to work with the general practitioners and make sure that we are able to get those patients and caregivers on board of Friends of Max for the MPN support group. So what we have done so far, so we have engaged already with the larger organizations in US, Canada, UK, and Europe, because I had that opportunity to be in the NPN Horizons, which gave me a platform to see what's going on those organizations. We did receive quite a number of informations on the disease profile, which I've been working with the hematologists out there in India. We started creating, going to create a website that's going to go live. We target to have it by end of June 2021, and have this engagement to make sure that the NPN support group is more visible and the doctors and the patients come on board and start getting some assistance between India and Nepal to begin with. And then we will start slowly spreading beyond some more countries in this region, which makes a good difference for the NPN at a large. So in short, along with the Friends of Max, where we have the CML, we have the GIST, now we have taken NPN under our wing, which is one of the defining moment to me personally speaking, as this is an organization that is going to enhance the quality of life, not just for CML and GIST, but also for the NPN patients at large. Giora?
Yes, so here you can see some pictures from the activities that we've been holding. So far, we held 4 MPN Horizons face-to-face in places like Lisbon, Czech Republic, in Prague, in Frankfurt, and in Serbia. So you can see some pictures here. If you can go to the next slide. Some other pictures, and you can see down on the left that the pandemic has also forced us this year in 2020 to change the meeting face-to-face into a virtual meeting. So actually we held MPN Horizon 2020 in a virtual mode, the same way that you are doing today, the meeting of the Friend of Max. And we are really hopeful that we can travel again, meet face-to-face again, because we all miss seeing each other and networking and sharing all the experiences that what we are doing in our countries.
And nevertheless, as you all know, this is one of the charts that the Friends of Max does as a patient advocacy in India. We have been part of these kind of meetings, and sooner we're going to have such meetings even for the NPN patients, where we will start having either in the virtual manner to begin with, and then really looking forward for a face-to-face meeting, thereby establish the same model of sharing, learning on our best practices. Thank you with that. Thank you, Giora. Thank you for, taking us through the, what's happening on the MPN from a global perspective. And thank you, Amma, for, setting this tone at the very first session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Giora. Thank you, Param. I know that this particular partnership is something that we are going to really work hard at setting up, and we're going to be very, very proud of. Thank you so much once again for bringing the cause of MPN to this part of the country. Thank you so much. This is true advocacy work. Now, my pleasure to introduce 3 very special people, one by one, of course, who will share their journey as patient advocates in their countries and tell us how they have succeeded under really difficult circumstances, how they have succeeded in making their voice heard where it matters. First, it is my pleasure to introduce Rod Padua, president of Touched by Max, the support group in Philippines. Rod has been a caregiver to his son, who was diagnosed with CML almost 2 decades ago. And there is, believe me, there is not a single thing that he has not done to improve conditions for patients in his country. Friends, Rod Padua.
Thank you to all our friends at FOM for the invite. Of course, I would like to eat biryani rice again with you, but what can we do, right? Hope to see all of you soon outside of Zoom. Okay. How do we make our members or how do we make them consistently join our activities? We have to make them consistently interested. You see, it's not enough that the patients have to worry about where to get the money to sustain treatment. So if they are to join actively in the group, there is the mentality, what's in it for us? While many of us do advocacy as a way of giving back, many others must see another sense of purpose. These purposes may be in the forms of advancing their knowledge of CML, enhancing their spiritual beliefs, and revitalizing their self-fulfillment. All of these and more are what they could get at TBM. So TBM, Touched by Max Philippines, was established and registered in 2003 with around 2,200 members. We are the only registered group in the Philippines, but there are many chat groups now born out of Facebook and other social media platforms. The TBM board is composed of 10 board members, either CML or GIST patients or caregivers. Unlike FOM, which has, how many chapters do you have? 20 or 12? We have one in Central Philippines. In 2015, we held the contest. We had to change our mandate. And together with that change, we need to revise our logo. And this fellow won the contest. So from our previous logo on the left, it has been like on the right for 4 years now, for 6 years now. So how did I get involved? What's my story? It's because of this kid. He was 9 when he had CML. He's now 23 and refused to show me his picture now for this slide. So what does the TBM do? What are some of our best practices? We have artworks almost every year, and these are shown at the art gallery of a heart center in the heart of Manila. In 2007, a kid of ours won the grand prize for the global art contest sponsored by the Max Foundation. And in 2010, when the contest was divided into two between kids and adults, we won the kid portion of the contest. We do bloodlettings or blood donations, as some of you know. And this was the first or most memorable was at the Naval Reserve Command on the day one of the strongest typhoon in history hit Manila. We had 120 donors at the time. It was so memorable, we went back the following year. And this time out, we had twice the donors at 217. Now, what is a lesson learned from going to a military institution? Apparently, when cadets have some demerits because of some things they're not supposed to do, their superiors can eliminate those demerits by joining blood donations or bloodlettings. And knowing that mechanism, we went there twice. We went to Central Philippines to our chapter there, and this time we had 1,020 donors, 1,020 bags of blood. We went to a church in Manila, and we only had 4 donors. So in this best practice, what was the lesson learned? Apparently, when people go to churches, they are not in the mood, I don't know, to donate. And administratively, there are just too many escape points, too many gates in the church. There is no captive audience. Not unlike the military institutions, there is a captive audience. So there's no way they could not donate. So whether it's ironic or not, we were expecting the religious people to donate more. It did not happen. This is just an example of one church. We did many with other churches. We do or celebrate Max's birthday every 19th of October, and we called it Celebration of Life. I think we were part of the reason why it was called COL, because in the Philippines, we celebrate birthdays very dearly. And we wanted every 19th of March to have a memory recall. That's why we suggested, why not call it Celebration of Life? Because by Max's demise, it gave life to everybody, to all the CML patients around the world. We do patients outreach, countless of patients outreach. Personally, I am very close to children, and I cannot remember anymore how many in a year we do patients outreach for children, adopted children, or we go beyond CML actually. All cancers, if it's for children, we're there. We do fundraising, however small. This is just a sample of how small a fundraising could get. We called it Coins for Life. And it's not too much asking from the patients. Just give us your extra coins, and we will get there. We will have something out of it. We do much more fundraisings than this, but this is just an example that little things do matter. We do family days every summer, just to keep in touch with the caregivers of the patients. And it's always memorable with the stories that they share, whether it's negative or it's positive. Even if they lost loved ones, they're still there. These are all a get-together occasion for everybody. We do our annual GPAP anniversary, because there's so much to thank. You know, GPAP patients do not pay anything for their drugs, not unlike the other program of TBM, wherein it's subsidized by the big pharma. But for the GPAP patients, I keep on reminding them it could have been worse, but you are also lucky. So let's celebrate this every year. We do awareness drives. So on the lower part, you could see a human 922 depiction of a World CML Day. And one lesson learned from awareness drives, you have to make noise. If there's traffic on the street because of our awareness drives, it is a success. Because if you obey the police, go here, so you will not create traffic, there's no noise. Don't obey them. No, that's just a joke. But one of our lessons learned, you have to make noise. In 2010, there was a call worldwide to make cancer a United Nations agenda. The Max Foundation promised 20,000 signatures. So what did we do? Out of the 20,000 signatures compiled by all TMF countries, TBM was number one. We were able to garner 12,000 signatures. And because of that, I am one of the lucky persons to be invited to UICC to personally hand carry the signature booklet. And yes, that lovely lady there is Ama, you could see, and Pat is there. But probably the most memorable best practice of my group, especially during this pandemic time, because a lot of what we did then, I am being reminded because of the pandemic, was this. It's called blood screening across the Pacific. The environment then was that sadly some patients were not anymore responsive to imatinib or nilotinib. The driver of CML may have mutated. There was no mutations testing in the Philippines. The nearest was in Singapore. And extracting CML blood samples from patients and sending them overseas has never been done before. It was just too costly and there were just too many risky factors. And so, what was never done before, TBM did in 2011. We sent 30 blood samples to Adelaide, Australia, across the seas. It's around 7 hours by plane. And when the results came back, 17 out of the 30 patient samples tested for mutations. We had 2 spoilages, no cost at all to the patients. The activity was such a success that it was featured in the annual report of the Max Foundation, Rising Sun of Asia, and the CML Horizons of Europe. Some of the lessons learned there was you have to be ready with the administrative portion. Apparently, you cannot use blue eyes. And I heard with some of the vaccines now for COVID, yes, you cannot use the usual blue eyes. Same as what happened to us. The syringe that we used during that time, we cannot source throughout Manila. And our Max station at Manila, Nelia, some of you know her, had to source it somewhere else because apparently it's different. The syringe that is to be used is different. And what was never done before, we did it twice again in 2012, twice. And we were lucky Pat was there to say hello to the patients, being judged as a success the first time around. What was the biggest lesson learned? after the results came in the first time, the patients were looking at me straight in the eye, those 17 patients. And they asked me, Rod, what do we do now? We have the mutations. I was teary-eyed because I had no answer for them. I was not prepared. So in case you will do something like this, please be prepared on what to suggest to the patients they do if they have mutations. That's one of my biggest regret in life. 2 days after, I was questioning myself of my intentions. Was I really helping the patients at that time, or did I make them worry unnecessarily? But after that initial time, the next 2 times, I was prepared. I told them about the possible development of a new medicine and what things they could do. During the last 2 years, we have in the Philippines a Universal Healthcare Act, which is supposed to take care of the reimbursement for CML drugs. But the problem with CML groups like us in the Philippines, not with FOM because you're so big, we are so small compared to the more famous cancer groups like breast cancer and the other cancers. And in the universal healthcare, they were not listening to us in terms of budget allocations because we are small. So what did we do? I searched the internet on the chat groups, and apparently there are so many chat groups in not registered CML groups, but chat groups. So we formed last November the CML Alliance of the Philippines with the major intention to have a unified, strong voice to make the government listen. And hopefully we have our action items for this year. I think we're making progress, very good progress with the government, because now they know there are so many patients out there looking for government assistance. During the pandemic, we because you cannot go out in the Philippines, it's such a troublesome procedure to get your medicine. You go to the doctor uh, gives you a prescription to have your PCR test. You go to the lab on another day and have it scheduled. You go again to get the result, no emails, and then you go back on another date to your doctor, and then he will prescribe to you if your PCR is okay or not, your TKI prescription. And then you go to the hospital giving that medicine physically. All of that was eliminated during the pandemic because of our initiative and with the Max Foundation basically partnering with them. The medicines are delivered by courier, LBC, FedEx, straight to the patients. So no more tests for the meantime, unless it's really needed. No more going to the doctor. They were receiving their medicine on time. Another, and this is my last slide, 12 of our patients, CML patients, went out of their way, risking their lives, appreciating the COVID-19 frontliners. We went to the largest COVID-19 hospital in Manila, and we gave them everything that they need inside this bag. Face mask, face shields, alcohol, soap, because we really appreciated them risking their lives for all the patients of COVID. So in ending, I would like to say life is not only about taking the medicine every day. Talk to the survivors, talk to us, the advocacy groups. And thank you again, FOM. FOM, maybe you could have a subtitle like Friends of Touch by Max, FOTBM. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you so much. I think Amma's connectivity may be, maybe not there. Amma, are you there? Okay, let's step into the next slides. We have another international speaker. I think as per the agenda. Arshay, correct me. If you could step in now. It's with from the Max family, Dr. Abd Razak. Abdul, are you there on the board?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. I think Dr. Abdul Razak Muhammad, there you go, from the Max Family Society of Malaysia. And as we know, we are just running short of time. So I would like to definitely invite you, not taking much of the time. So I hand over the floor to you to, walk us through this, the patient support group that's happening in Malaysia. Over to you, Dr.
Okay,
Abdul.
thank you, Param. Okay, good morning, good evening, India, and thank you, my dear Vijay and Param, for the kind introduction. I wanted to thank Friends of Max India and how much I feel honored to speak in this Leaders Summit and sharing our Max family experience in Malaysia. A little bit more about myself. I was diagnosed in 2006, and after Gleevec failed me, I had to undergo through stem cell transplant the following year. I am an orthopedic surgeon by profession, and my team found it was a straightforward case to just pick a doctor who he himself has CNO patients to lead them, so they could make full use of my position and capacity. I have disclaimers though. My talk you will hear that my sharing would largely be based on my 15 years observation with Max family. There is no single best practice, and it is hard to discuss about the success of a patient support group. But I guess different groups define success differently. What could be similar are the struggle to it. So I thought sharing our experience and learning from other patient groups with different social, cultural, political background can be exciting and enlightening at the same time. I am proud with my group, and I'm not shy to say that we have succeeded in some way or another within our means and our own definition. I would like to illustrate how we performed in the last 15 years from this slide. We were founded in 2006, and 3 years later, we officially registered with the country registrar. We were quickly progressed and expanded our scope and founded a few region chapters within the next 5 years. The next 5 years became challenging years for us, though we were still able to achieve further milestones. After that, things were a little bit slow and plateau on certain aspects for us, and especially so after 2019 pandemic hit us hard and changed how we live our life today. Our group started as a very typical grassroots patients group, with the main aim was just to bring patients together in a small meeting and listening to doctors to understand our own illness and how to best cope life after cancer. As years passed by, from a single meeting, it became more frequent and regular, and we almost been to most part of the country, holding disease education, workshops, and reaching out to most patients. Slowly, we felt more comfortable talking about CML openly, not only among us, also we started to share and raise awareness in the community at large through various platforms. At the same time, we also started to learn and try few little fundraising activities. While doing this, we also started to learn how to rightly advocate, making partnerships and doing collaboration with industry, networking with other NGOs, and even lobbying the health authority and government when it came to patients and treatment issues. Like in other organizations, we face similar challenges in sustaining our team members. When we were doing small projects with little to expect, things were easier to manage with few people and members. However, over the years, sustaining and especially getting new active members on board became much harder. We are almost the similar people working around in the last few years. The same thing goes to funding, recruiting volunteers, and making sure that we're always visible to the community and stakeholders. And we came down to a time where we have almost lacking new ideas and skills. Those were and are still the challenges. Probably when we first started, we were very excited because we just achieved something. We were energetic then, and full of patience, and thus we quickly progressed. However, we never stopped there. And we felt that we wanted to do more as well. We felt it was never enough. Though we managed to grow further, we started to lose focus and keep looking back on reasons why we were there. Later, we became more careful with our steps to go extra mile with our limited resource. When pandemic hit, it was not at all bad. We took some time to reflect ourselves while trying to continue to be relevant by sustaining our activities through online. So in short, it was easier to establish a group, but it was never easy to maintain, and what more, not to grow further. So our struggling is more on how to sustain the group, especially when our own and expectation from others getting higher and bigger. Anyway, the first step was we had our group officially registered, going formal and structured. By doing so, we forced ourselves a sense of ownership, obligations, and responsibilities to the group, which demanded us for constant commitment. It also proved that when we are a legitimate group, we get more trust from patients, the doctors and nurses, and the people we were trying to work and deal with, like potential donors, industries, and even the health authority and government. The next challenge, most of our active members are patients themselves. The next challenge, most of our active members are patients themselves, and outright we knew that it was not going to sustain. We patients have our own leave to manage. Therefore, it was and still a blast to continue working with Max Foundation, who provide us with housekeeping and office for maintaining official affairs. And also to manage patient support program and activities. And so we work almost as one. Patients are the real assets to a patient group, and they are the reason why patients group are around. With the ever-increasing survivorship, we are still struggling to maintain our numbers and not losing contact with the existing ones. So we keep constant engagement, always keeping up with their interests, provide them with updated information, connect them to their doctors, and trying our best to resolve ever-recurring concerns to make them feel that we are whom they can rely on. Thank you to our local treatment access programs, which is MyPEP, as this entered almost all CML patients into the system, and tracking them all were made possible. One of the biggest challenges is to sustain and grow our active team members. We still find it hard to find new patients and caregivers volunteering to join us, especially those groups in the different regions around the country. To that, we constantly communicate, having a regular monthly meetup so everyone could keep up. We tried our best to identify each and everyone's strength, putting someone in charge and delegating the right work for the right person so as to instill sense of self-belonging to the group. It was also a good idea to emphasize the importance of giving back to the community at large among team members to keep elevate their morale up high. Like with other groups, funding is always an issue for us, and being able to run a couple of fundraising was a huge success. Our group just have to keep creatively think on the next step to balance the account. Believe me, we are still struggling and being careful on spending. But having said that, we still managed to create a couple of projects that generate indirect funding from patients, from donors to patients in needs. Being consistently visible and relevant to patients, community, and stakeholders is another hard area. We maintain our constant effort through various social media platforms. Sometimes we do not let go opportunities that we think could help giving us some exposure and visibility from programs organized by other NGOs. This will mitigate the issue of lacking of manpower, resources, and funding to organize on our own. I learned that over the years that in Max family, When we are in doubt, we take a step back and revisit why we are here today. We try our best to match with what we have, what we are best at, and what we are best for. We continue to believe patient stories are invaluable commodities and keep selling to the people around us. In principle, we make friends and work not against the stakeholders, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, healthcare providers, industries, and even health authority. Finally, as what our group tagline says, hope, love, and cheers, we always spread those messages out loud. I end my talk with a video that partly paints our 15-year story. The song clearly relates to us on how we felt when we first started and what the future holds for us. Thank you, friends of MEC, especially VG and the team. Enjoy the video.
What will I be years from now? What will I wear? How will I look? I think too much. I think too much. Sometimes it's scary overthinking what you have or haven't done. You think too much. You think too much. Will the rain smell the same? Will I lose in treacherous games? And the stars might shine, but colors seem so blurry. Will I end up all alone, without a shoulder to cry on? What will I be years from now? I have answered them, but none have answered me. And when my time has come, I hope my last seconds in this life will have you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Razak. Your presentation and the video, we have so much to learn. We have so much to learn from each other. And because of Wi-Fi connection, I missed out on, I had something very special to say about you. I wonder if how many of you all listening to Razak know that Razak is also, not only is he an orthopedic surgeon, he's a CML survivor himself, having undergone a bone marrow transplant in full public view. I don't know, Razak, if your blog is still available, but I remember waiting for the latest update and virtually holding your hand throughout that whole, throughout your whole bone marrow transplant. And something else, Razak is the person who held my hand when we climbed up the Great Wall of China. I think it's almost 10 years now. Oh, I can never forget that. Thank you, Razak. And I would like to, I know we are running behind time and there may not be time for question answers. I'm going to ask all our participants to please note down your questions for everybody. And we will get our speakers to answer them to you, maybe virtually and maybe not now. Thank you, Razak, once again. I now go to our next speaker, who is Sohag. That's what we call him very, very fondly. He really is that beacon of light for all the patients in Bangladesh. Sohag I have known, I don't know, maybe 20 years, and I met him for the first time after 10 years at a Rising Sun meeting in China. And when Sohag completed his doctorate, he sent us this big fat copy of his thesis, and it has the pride of place in Pat's room in the Max Foundation headquarters in Seattle. Sohag, welcome, and over to you, Sohag.
Thank you, Amma. It's my pleasure to be here with you, and thank you very much for inviting me, a friend of Max and Max Foundation. Actually, yes, I had a very long journey. Yes, Amma, I can still remember that in 2013, we met at Beijing. Yes, it actually changed my thinkings, lifestyle, and everything. So today's topic, I will try to briefly discuss, say something about a new group or pledging support group, what problems they are facing, at least the experience from me will be the same of all the least development countries or middle development countries. So what I faced to run a support group in Bangladesh, so I want to share this with you. So today is 21st February, it's the International Mother Language Day. In Bangladesh, actually in 1952, some of our fighters fight against to establish their mother tongue as Bangla, and they martyred. So United Nations declared in 2002 as the International Mother Language Day. So we are observing here in Bangladesh. So I would like to pay my tribute to the martyrs who sacrificed their life to establish the Bangla as a mother language day, mother language in Bangladesh. So what I want to tell in a few minutes, we have established a group. Is Bangladesh CML supporting group. So I just want to say something about this group and importance of patient support group in least development countries. How we need a patient support groups like a country like us, and problem encountered by young patient groups, what type of problems we are facing, and strategy to work facing with the problems. So because we have to work for ourselves and for the betterment of the patients. So yes, Amma, what Amma shared that in 2013, I joined in a patient support group in Beijing, Rising Sun program. This was my first any type of program of CML. So I have heard that a lot of patients, there are a lot of patient support group there, but I was alone as a patient, as a survivor. So that changed my mind. Then I came back from Beijing and I started with only 4 patients, those who are supported by Max Foundation GPEP program. So we just started, we don't know what should we do, but we started in 2013. Then now at this moment, we have 80 plus active active support members, volunteers. But in social media, we have 137 followers or volunteers. And what we are doing at this moment, actually, we are celebrating different days like World CML Days, World Cancer Days, PCR campaign, and awareness campaign. So, and also we conduct different training programs. You will see some programs. We just visited different hospitals, different physicians, face-to-face meeting to create awareness on CML. And we also distribute different festoons, banners in different hospitals to create awareness about CML, World CML Day, about the CML disease, like this way. And we also organized a patient support group meeting yearly, but 2 years we didn't do this. We have a plan in 2020, but due to pandemic, we didn't do this. But in 2017, last a patient support group meeting organized here in Bangladesh in Square Hospital. Amma was there. And this was not a patient support group. This was also a volunteer training followed by a patient support group. So it was excellent. More than 13 patient support groups of different cancer support group in Bangladesh. Their representative were participate in this training program. So they, according to their experience, they showed that this is the first volunteer training in Bangladesh. So they have, and we have learned a lot, and many thanks to Amma, she organized, and hopefully if the situation improves, then next we want to do same kind of training again. So importance of patient support groups like our country of least developing countries. So first is the awareness of the disease like CML. When a patient diagnosed in Bangladesh, most of the people or physicians told that it's a blood cancer. They don't, sometimes they wrote in the prescription the CML, but to understand the patients, they say that it's a blood cancer. So after hearing this, they become, I think, they thought that they will die, first thing. So there is no treatment, they thought. And they thought that sometimes they become, I think, helpless. So first, we try to create awareness of the patients and the survivors, and also the patient caregivers, that the CML is a disease, blood cancer, one type of blood cancer, which have a treatment and which has a medicine in also produced in Bangladesh and also other countries. So they have a treatment, so they don't to be worried about the disease. And sometimes they thought that some of the physicians thought that they don't have the capacity to continue the treatment. So they started just earlier generation treatments like hydroxyurea type medicines, but we have TKIs in Bangladesh. So even in the cheaper price in neighboring countries like India, so they can accommodate. So we try to create awareness among the patients, and also we try to keep the patients directions to the treatment and disease management, how they can continue the disease. And also we want to try to give the proper message that you have to continue the treatment and for longer time, so they can plan about their treatment for future. And sharing also, the sharing our personal experience is very important. When they found that we are surviving, I am surviving for 20 years. So when they found that a patient living with CML with 20 years, doing job, doing everything, they become 50% recovered like this. They feel that they are strong enough. So the mentality, that immediately they change their mentality. So this is a very big impact among the patient community. Sometimes I would like to say that the physicians in our country, sometimes they don't recognize our presence or our importance in the patient community. So this was the thing. And problems, what problems we are encountered by young patient groups, like when we want to go to organizing or conducting or disseminating any message or awareness program. So main problem is the social taboo and stigma about the cancer disease. Those who are diagnosed, they don't want to disclose themselves first, due to the several problems, because we don't, in our country, in the poor country like us, we don't have any insurance coverage. So we don't have any support program for the patient support program, and in the social aspects, they don't. If they recognize himself or herself that if he is a cancer patient, then socially his or her acceptance will be less. And so for this, they don't want to disclose themselves. They are a patient. Sometimes they communicate with us, but they never joined our program. They communicate with us by our phone, over social media, but they don't want to join in our program, most of the cases. And sometimes interesting, some of the patients, caregiver or someone's joined, but they didn't inform us that they have some patients. They said that his relatives or somebody or his neighbors are patients, so he joined, but they never disclosed. So for this, we cannot get the information or data of the patients. So this is a problem. So physicians community and pharma companies acceptance is not up to the mark in in a country like us, because most of the physicians supported by a specific company. In Bangladesh, around 5 pharma companies are producing generic. So say 5 prominent physicians are the ambassador of the 5 companies like this. So when we go to any pharma companies, they said, if you work for us, then we can support you, or you can support your patient groups. Then other pharma companies, they will not allow you, and other physicians will not allow you. So this is a problem. We have to tackle everything very, very gently and handle everything very gently. And problems as a patient groups registration is very important for getting fund from in country and abroad also. So if you are not getting registration, getting fund from abroad and also from the country, it's a very problem. So after 2011 happenings in USA, so there is a restriction in most of the countries on illegal money transfer or illegal money handling. So registration for any NGO, any support group is very, very critical like us. So government is very restricted to giving permissions or giving registered any company. So it's very difficult, very difficult. So without getting registration to running a company, a organization like us is very difficult. To raising any fund from home and abroad also, because most of the if a group is registered, then everybody realizes to give you money. Otherwise, a bank account from your or joint account, they will not rely. So this is a problem. So how we can?
So my dear, I can give you just another couple of minutes. Thank you so much.
Yes, this is my last slide.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes. Strategy to work facing with the problems. Actually, we are trying to create awareness on disease management using social and printing media. So every year we are doing this in different days. So utilizing personal communication with physicians and pharma companies. So earlier I told that we have to manage very tactfully. And generating funds from friends and families. Sometimes we try to help the poor patients. We are using our families and friends to raise money and contract patients to specific donors, for financial support. Like someone wants to give some money to the specific directly to the patients. So we try to connect the patients to the donors. And sometimes we establish good communications with other patient groups, other cancer support groups. They can support to our patients also. So by this way, we try to minimize the problems to work as a patient support groups in the least developed countries or young patient groups like us. So actually, this is very important. We have to work. We have to face the problems also. Otherwise, who will be the mental support in country like us? Thank you, Amma.
Thank you, Sohag. Thank you. It's been so touching to hear as to the kind of work you've been doing against the challenging circumstances, your country has put it across you. But I think you have really persevered through those challenging times and really put a smile on all the patients out there in Bangladesh. Thank you so much. We are cruising at a good altitude. So, it gives me a real pleasure that I request all of you to further fasten your seatbelts. I would like to bring on board Jan Geissler, my best friend, buddy from Germany. Jan Geissler, in short, if I have to just introduce, he's also the co-founder along with Giora, who has been advocating for the CML, Advocates Network, for the past many years. And one of the voice, none of you would have missed out. He's there. You can just see him everywhere. And he's on TFR for the past 6+ years. And he's so vocal about the patient's voice for the CML community. Nevertheless, I want to hand over this floor to Jan Geissler. Over to you, Jan. It's all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Param. And Param, Vijay, thank you so much for inviting me to your meeting. It's a great pleasure. I mean, Vijay, we've been talking for years to be with you in India. We've never managed, and I'm so glad that at least virtually we made a start. So next time, hopefully face-to-face. So thank you so much for inviting me. You've asked me to speak this evening about disease management. I was trying to get my heads around what do we cover there. So of course, I see everything a bit from a European perspective because that's what I am. And even though Vijay and Param are bringing a huge expertise from the countries that you're all from, I would never dare to really understand what your real issues are in enough depth. And I'm deeply impressed by the talks that came before me about all the activities you have, all the achievements that the Max Foundation, Friends of Max, the Max family has achieved over the years, which always fulfills me with joy, where I think, oh my God, what kind of complaints do we Europeans have with the things that you managed to do? So in any case, what do I talk about? You've seen I've changed the title a bit in my talk and said a tiger in the cage. Is this what we're talking about in CML? What I'm going to talk about in the next couple of minutes is actually what are the remaining issues? Because sometimes in the Western world, when you talk to doctors or regulators, they tell me, yeah, CML, that's the first cancer we've solved. Let's move to the next one. And that's not where we are. And I think you know exactly what I'm talking about because we've heard so much of the challenges in previous talks about what we CML patients still struggle with globally in every single country on different levels. So just a bit about CML. I mean, you're familiar with those medical curves, I guess. So actually, when I was diagnosed in 2001, I was somewhere on the red curve probably, because it was a 50-50 chance also in Europe to actually survive CML. If you went just a couple of years before, that's what was like what you see as 1994, and which is what CML still is today. If we don't treat it, if we don't access treatments, that's the natural course of CML. And actually the blue curve of even beyond with the newest treatments, that's where we can be. So of course, CML is a disease that can be well treated if you have access to testing and drugs. And I mean, that's a huge achievement, which is unprecedented and probably hasn't happened in many cancers. So in one hand, we are privileged. At the same time, it's not so easy. So if we look at the therapeutic landscape in 20 years, not looking at curves, but looking at treatments, I mean, you're familiar with all the different drugs, and there's hope on the horizon as well, because with imatinib, nilotinib, dasatinib, bosutinib, and ponatinib, which are the approved drugs in the Western world, almost every patient can get a treatment if we can access that. And asciminib is a new treatment coming up, which is currently in clinical trials, and there is some news from FDA. So this will probably come to the market in some countries in the near future. There's always been interferon, and I've been myself on interferon treatment for about 13 years. So that's an option that is being tested as well and still being looked at, even though it's been around very long. Plus, of course, transplant, which I always don't know where I should categorize it. Is it cure? Is it last resort? Where does it sit? But still, it's an option for the patients where the drugs don't work. And what I wanted to show here is, I mean, cure. Sometimes the companies try to tell us we have functional cure today with TFR, but I would say we don't have a cure for CML. We have the absence of disease if we treat it long enough in some patients. But I'm going to talk about TFR in a moment. But what we've achieved is really change CML from treat a disease where after diagnosis you could more or less do end of life care to a treatment which is a chronic cancer, where the likelihood, if you can access current treatments, that you're dying of something else than of cancer is quite likely. But of course, and if we just use that image of a tiger in the cage, you can see this cage as a whole. So it's still a tiger that kills if it escapes, if it's advanced disease, if it's multi-resistant, if it's badly treated because you can't access to drugs you need, or if it's untreated, then it's still a tiger that kills. And that's what we as a global community work together on, because we must change that. This is the last resort that we need to change. We need to find a cure. We need to make sure that no patient dies of CML anymore. And that's something that only a global community can really address. So what is my perspective? That's my patient perspective on CML 2021. With access to current TKIs and good management of the disease, most patients can live a long life, even though not completely normal, because people tell us we have a normal life, but we know what it means to take drugs. We know what it means to fertility. If you're a young patient, I was diagnosed at 28. I know that question. Some patients have significant side effects and suffer from them. And of course, treatment for decades is unsustainable from a financial point of view for healthcare systems, and for some with treatment side effects also. And also from psychological, social, and medical challenges, there's a lot of question about that. So we're not where we want to be. And unfortunately, still many patients die from CML because they don't have access to drugs or to PCR, or because they progress on resistance, or because they're insufficiently managed, meaning they might be with doctors which don't understand what they're doing, or they might not have access to a treatment center, or they might not be able to afford to get to it. So that's a huge issue, and we still need a cure. And when you look at the pie chart on the right side, I just want to, let's say, differentiate a bit about TFR. TFR is fantastic. I mean, I can tell you I've been living without treatment. After 30 years of treatment, I've been living without for 6 years, which of course is fantastic. But it doesn't take away that sword over my head where I always think CML is still there. And sometimes I can detect it, sometimes I can't. And you can see this pie chart. Actually, about 1/3 of patients, even with access to all treatments, cannot get into deep molecular remission. So TFR is not even an option. Then about half of the people that try actually get a recurrence of disease, so they need to restart treatment, and there's a second attempt. There are studies on that. But in the end, if you sum up all what we know about TFR today, is that with best access to treatment, about 45% of patients will be able to successfully stop, which actually means for more than half of them, it's not. So they need to continue treatment. And that's why it's a fantastic option, but it's not the solution of all problems we have in CML. And that's what sometimes is a bit, let's say, forgotten. We all want to get into TFR, but we also shouldn't raise the expectation that the therapy goal must be TFR, because we know that we're going to disappoint quite a number of patients because they cannot actually stop because they will not remain in deep molecular remission. And of course, we need to ask, so what's the motivation? Because the people that are in deep remission are our best patients. Those are the ones that are in the what we call safe harbor. So if they treat for, let's say, many, many, many years, it's quite likely nothing's going to happen to them. So choosing TFR, of course, is a bit leaving the safe harbor. You get rid of the side effects, you get rid of the financial toxicity of the treatment, but at the same time, you leave the safe harbor. So you don't know what kind of rough waters are out there. And you need to make sure that you can return to the harbor. And that's, of course, something we need to think about and we're discussing because we shouldn't push people to stop treatment if they don't feel safe. So what are the key priorities in 2021 from my perspective? Of course, the most prominent issue is access to second, third, and fourth generation drugs. And we're working very hard, especially, Pat and the Max Foundation and the CML Advocates Network with the CML CAP and all the different activities around that. We're trying our hardest to really make sure that everybody can access them, but it's a hugely difficult task, especially in your countries. It's really, really difficult. Minimizing long-term toxicity for our chronic cancer, because we know that even if it's small and lightweight side effects, it can be annoying over time. And of course, we know, especially on the second generation drugs, there is also cardiovascular toxicity. So it's something you can take for a long time, but you also need to look at some of the risks. Of course, returning to good life is very important, especially for those patients that are multi-intolerant. That means that they really can't tolerate any of the drugs properly. And also those that have long-term low-grade side effects, and even though they're low-grade, they're really annoying. And of course, for the young patients, family planning, still a huge issue for female patients, especially, which we need to look at. Of course, managing multi-drug resistance, progression, death is for some patients which don't respond to any treatment or diagnosed very late. That's a topic we need to look at. And then, of course, the issue of intentional and non-intentional non-adherence. What that means is people either take their drug, not take their drug on purpose, or they forget to take their drug, or they're just tired of taking drugs, which, think about the tiger, is a very risky thing. So we need to do a lot in our organizations actually to convince people that stopping without the doctor and without agreeing with the doctor is a very bad idea. And then, of course, achieving a real cure. And upcoming drugs like asciminib won't fix that. They're not going to be curative. They might increase the number of people that can stop successfully, but they will not provide a cure. So we need to take different avenues. So what is the CML Advocates Network doing? CML Advocates is a collaboration of patient organizations, CML patient organizations in 94 countries. And Param and Vici have been very active there over years, and many others, Rod, of course, and many of the people you know. But just to give you a bit of an introduction, what we're trying to do, because there are things that we can do in our countries, and there are things we can do on a regional level, and there are things we can only tackle on a global level. And for example, our research and developing of new drugs is only if the Western world and emerging countries can work together to find a solution that works everywhere. So basically 4 categories, what we're doing, being the global voice of patients. Of course, we want to give CML patients a voice. The World CML Day is a very good example of that, which unifies our community. And I'm always amazed when Vici and Param and everybody is actually sharing photos from your events everywhere. It's amazing. Around 22nd of September, and that's why I've actually put it. Oops, where it is here. The World CML Day logo on my thing. And of course, we're increasing our capacity to support the regions also in their activities, and we're trying to support projects on the regional level there as well. Then we're trying, because we know there are a couple of things we cannot achieve with CML because no legislator is doing CML laws. And that's why we need to work with other cancer groups. So we're trying on one hand being a role model because we're one of the largest and strongest rare cancer networks worldwide, but also synergies with other cancer organizations to really change policy. Then partnerships with other stakeholders. I mentioned we must work on a global level with the researching companies and the academic researchers because research works globally. And that's why we have the CML Community Advisory Board, for example. And we were just meeting 2 days ago with one of the companies to discuss issues around access, issues around a new treatment that is coming. We're trying to work in a trustful way with the different researchers to make sure they understand what is important to us and not what is important to them. And of course, we work with a lot of key CML researchers there. And then finally, build members' capacities. We're trying to, like I mentioned, support regional initiatives. We're trying to provide tools. So for example, the European Leukemia Net's guidelines, which are more or less the global guidelines for CML management. We have made lay-friendly summaries and translated them into 22 different languages. And we are just working on we've just translated the newest version also to 12, and more languages are coming. And we run CML Horizons, where we get leaders like Param and Vijay and Rod and others together, where we try to train ourselves, learn from CML experts, and share best practice and learn from the great projects you're doing, like Rod was presenting and Dr. Razak and so on. So fantastic things. So that's what the global community is doing. And finally, probably towards the evening now, always remember elephant and mice. I think this is a fabulous example of an image where we are, because sometimes we feel as advocates, we're so small, big elephant healthcare system and doctors and whatever, and we are just a small mouse. But think about, some of the stories there about the elephant and the mouse. We can get them on the chairs, and we outnumber the number of elephants in the world by long and by far. But of course, we need to work on it. And that's why these global networks are so important, because it should be nothing about us without us, because it's all on us. We need to work together. And that way we get the elephant on the chair. And that way, hopefully, in the future, we together with physicians and researchers work on solve all the problems that I've listed before and make sure the tiger's in the cage. Thank you so much for inviting me, Vijay, Param. Great event. And looking forward to see you face to face soon again.
Thank you so much, young Geissler. It has been a very, very delightful presentation. Like as said, the key takeaway is the tiger should be in the cage. Let's all continue to be very compliant to take our medicines. But obviously, we have all an ambition to have an improved quality of life. Last but not the least, find a cure. Thank you so much. And I think I would like to also take this opportunity to thank all our speakers, Giora, Dr. Abd Razak, Sohag, and Jan. And thank you, Amma, for co-chairing this great session, which is, we really brought this finally on the stage, of going beyond our borders and bringing the global, advocates onto the, under the umbrella of Friends of Max. And I'm sure all our doctor panel is already logged in. It's welcome doctors to have this today, and I'm sure you have enjoyed this session to hear from the patient advocates certain perspectives, and I'm sure we look forward to work with you towards improving the overall quality of life of the CML patients. Nevertheless, I think we are not going to have our breaks, so I'd like to hand over to my coaches, Dr. Jude and Dr. Raghu, to take over the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Param. Thank you, everybody. So, Ashray, Sudha, over to you.
Huge thanks to all our international speakers for taking out the time and sharing their wisdom with all of us. These were really, really enlightening and interesting presentations, And I think I speak for everyone here when I say that it will very well enable us to implement the best practices around the world for the benefit of our patients.
Once again, we now call upon long-time active city chapter leaders and core group members of Friends of Max, Dr. Jude Vas and Dr. Krishnaswamy, as chairpersons of today's medical session to introduce our speakers.
Audience, please note that you can submit your questions in the chat box on your screen. We have a Q&A segment after the whole session is over. All your questions will be answered then. We request you to keep your questions limited and relevant to the topics being discussed here. Doctors, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashay and Sudha. We had a wonderful 1 hour plus of listening to the various advocates from all over the globe, the fascinating voyage that they have gone through and the challenges that they have faced, and they have taught us so much as to how to handle our own challenges in the field of CML. We move on now. Yesterday, we had a fascinating session on CML from the doctors, and I'm sure we'll continue to have one more exciting session. There was a fantastic response from our Leadership Summit members asking us innumerable questions, and I'm sure they will continue to do it. And we'll put up the questions to our panelists at the end of the session. I first invite my friend, Dr. Raghunadharao, to start the first talk. Everyone knows Dr. Raghu. He doesn't require an introduction. He is our adored Dr. Garu now for almost 2 decades. Since he has been in NIMS, and no meeting in Andhra Pradesh or Telangana has been without his presence. Neither has a leadership summit been conducted without Dr. Raghunadharao being a part of it. I invite Dr. Raghunadharao to deliver his talk on GIST. Dr. Raghunadharao, over to you,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr. Raghu. Nice to be back at I've been listening to all the patient advocates for the past 1 hour and 40 minutes. Since we are running slightly short of time, I thought I will try to move as quickly as possible so that most of you can ask as many questions as you want rather than me talking to you all the time. So let me see if I can actually put as much material as possible into the slides and to the talk rather than give you too much of information as here itself. So I will take you through the basics of GIST and then look for some advances. Yesterday, you heard a talk from Dr. Ganapathy Ramanan on new drugs which are available. And so I'll try to see how to incorporate practices which are from clinical trials. Basically, we can divide patients with GIST into 4 groups, 4 clinical groups. So this would be a group where you incidentally detect a GIST. This typically happens in 2 instances. One is you do an upper GI endoscopy. You pass a tube down the throat and into the gullet and down into your stomach. And you find some small bumps, as you can say, underneath the silky membrane of the stomach, the smooth membrane of the stomach. So it looks like a small lump. Okay. The second can be that you did a scan for some other reason, for something else, and you detected small lumps there. Or third could be that you did an so-called endoscopic ultrasound for some other reason, say for example for varices or a peptic ulcer disease or a duodenal ulcer or something like that. And then you detected, now you do what is called a narrowband imaging with endoscopic ultrasound, and you can detect many bumps in the mucous membrane of the stomach, the esophagus, the GE junction, as well as far as the scope can reach, which is the second part of the duodenum. So these are called incidentally detected gist. More or less, if you are confident using the endoscopic ultrasound and the narrowband imaging is highly suggestive of gist, you actually don't have to biopsy them. If you have a doubt, then you can do a core biopsy using an endoscopic ultrasound, or what is called a bite after bite biopsy. That also you can do. That means you take a bite, you take another deeper bite, because it is just underneath the mucous membrane. Actually, it's not submucosal. It's just underneath the epithelium. And then second group is they're symptomatic, or they had a resection for something else and somebody detected a gist in the resected specimen. So they had symptoms of very chronic nature, typically something like a peptic ulcer disease, a dyspepsia, some bloating, things like that. Very rarely an obstruction, extraordinarily rare. That's the second group. So once again, that was removed. The third group is called the borderline resectable group, where the, I'm sorry for the extra O, but the surgeon is not very sure that it can be removed en masse at surgery without it getting ruptured. Please mark my words about this, without the tumor getting ruptured. Gist is a very friable tumor, so it very easily breaks into pieces. If it breaks into pieces while you are removing it, it will, fall all over the abdomen, and you will get plenty of gist all over the abdomen. So you need to be very sure that you won't have a rupture of the tumor when you are resecting. So if it is the surgeon is not very sure, it's called borderline resectable. The fourth one is you have a proven gist. At the same time, you have a disease elsewhere in the body, either in the lung or in the liver, or sometimes all over the abdomen, which is peppered. All said and done, if it is possible to resect the primary tumor, you should learn to resect the primary tumor, because plenty of tissue is now available for a definitive diagnosis as well as for a molecular analysis of the tumor. So two important things we need, two pieces of information we need. One, a definitive diagnosis using immunohistochemistry. Two, a molecular analysis of the tumor to find out that yes, this tumor would respond to this type of treatment. So these are the four groups of tumor which we will find. So this is what we meant by saying, does every gist needs to be dissected? No, typically gastrography or a computer tomography need not be dissected, although every gist is now considered potentially malignant. We do occasionally see what we call a benign gist. So that those that doesn't express any features of malignancy. Yes, it is not uncommon to see if you have a big GI practice. So a surgical excision is only recommended if the tumor is beyond 2 centimeters, and you need to do a zero residue resection with a normal mucosal margin on all the sides of the tumor. There should be there need not be a systematic lymph nodal dissection. And as I said, you must avoid a rupture or a perforation, which results in peritoneal seeding. Even in cases with, even otherwise, if you risk profile, you should not remove it unless you are very sure that you won't rupture or perforate the tumor. So if it is a small gist and we have not removed it either endoscopically, that means you pass it, you resect the from within the stomach or within the lumen of the tube, in the esophagus or the duodenum, and then come out, or you open it and then remove it. So if you don't want to do either of them, you can actually observe them. So there are very large studies which we know that the increase in size occurs in just a small percentage of patients, ranging between 3 to about 13%. And very few patients in both the series actually underwent any surgery at all. So roughly about 3 patients in each one of these large studies actually needed surgery at some point in their time over the next 2 to 3 years. So it is not very true that every single gist you see actually need to be told to the patient. So it is like leukemia stage 0. Okay, or a follicular lymphoma. Even if you don't tell the patient that they have a follicular lymphoma or chronic lymphatic leukemia, nothing serious happens. The patient will comfortably complete his 100 years and something else may take away the patient rather than the lymphoma. So GIST is also sometimes like that. You can watchfully, carefully follow up many small GISTs which you have incidentally detected. Well, so you have resected the GIST. Now, as I said, the pathologist and the molecular biologist come into play, and you need to see what are the high-risk features and what is the mutational profile of the GIST. Only two important things. What are the high-risk features? What is the mutational profile of the GIST? So you have a PDGFR mutation, or you have a KIT mutation, okay, FOV mutation, or a wild type PDGFR mutation. This is not responsive to imatinib. So don't give any adjuvant treatment. Probably your surgery was complete and you stop there, because imatinib is not likely to help such patients. So it is important to know if there is either of these two mutations, a wild type or a D842V mutation, you should not be giving them imatinib. If these wild type mutation or the 842 mutation are absent, then the recommendation now is to give imatinib daily for at least 3 years, not less than 3 years. This is important to understand. Now let us see, go back. We have seen what is the mutational which is important and which should be treated and which should not be treated with the imatinib, or what we call adjuvant imatinib, that is follow-up treatment after surgery. Let us see what the high-risk features are. As I said, a tumor rupture is a high-risk feature. A tumor which is more than 10 centimeters is a high-risk feature. Cells which are dividing 10 per 50 high power fields is a high-risk feature. Or even if the tumor is small, between 5 and 10 centimeters, and then you have a high cell division in that 5 per 50 is still important. Even if the tumor is less than just about 2 centimeters and you have resected, but less than 5 centimeters, and it is not a gastric GIST, then it is important. That means a tumor which is more than 5 centimeters and is not within the stomach is a high-risk feature by itself. So all such patients, apart from the mutation analysis, they should, if it is indicated, should receive adjuvant imatinib therapy. So after the surgery, you must give all of them 3 years of imatinib at 400 milligrams daily. So this, when we cannot resect a borderline tumor, as I said, or for some features which I have described, which the surgeon may be doubtful that he would be able to dissect it, which is called locally advanced or marginally resectable tumor, you should be giving them a treatment with imatinib for 3 to 6 months for the tumor to reduce in size and now become resectable. So I have listed some resections here, papers here, series which are about 30, 35, 36 patients where there is a good resectability rate. So roughly about 80 to 90% of patients seem to be able to go on to be helped by resection. So you can give them imatinib before the surgery, reduce the size of the tumor, and now make it operable for a complete resection. Needless to say, such patients will continue to receive adjuvant imatinib for 3 years after their surgery. This is our own experience, which we reported way back in 2007 from the Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences, a much larger series than what I have shown you, the 3 presentations. We had 35 patients with very advanced disease whom we gave imatinib daily. And actually what happened was we actually looked for a complete response. That means the tumor completely disappeared in about 11%, that is 4 patients. There was partial response or stable disease in 38 patients, and only 5 of these patients had progressive disease. That means in the rest of the patients, we could actually resect the tumor. That means in 45 patients, we could offer surgery after giving neoadjuvant imatinib treatment. So that means the drug is very effective in downsizing the tumor so that the surgeon can go in and remove the tumor in toto. We always follow up these patients with adjuvant GIST. Well, now, as I said, there is another group where we cannot resect the tumor upfront. So I said you must obtain enough tissue to know what is the mutational profile of the tumor, and you should know what is the mutation which has occurred. I have shown you what we do with D842V mutation and the wild type KIT mutation. So that is not responsive to imatinib. So you need to put them on a non-imatinib TKI clinical trial, or if it is a KIT exon 9 mutation, then instead of 400 milligrams, you can actually put them on 800 milligrams daily. So when they are likely to progress, you have 2 options. You can switch them on to sunitinib, or once again, if there's a single point at which it is progressing, you can consider surgery. So what you need to do is you need to watch what is happening to the primary tumor, what is happening to a metastatic site. So if at one place the tumor has responded, at another place the tumor has not responded, the non-responsive tumor will have a non-imatinib sensitive mutation. So you must resect the tumor, or you will have to switch the drug to something based upon a new mutation analysis. That means the tumor which is progressing must be resampled or first time sampled, and that should be subjected to a mutational analysis, and then you can go ahead with a prescribed drug. So you need to understand that there is a methodology for this in trying to get a mutation information on the tumor each time it presents. So you should not assume or presume that it is the original tumor and that is the progression. That's the reason why it progressed. Just like in CML, where a mutation leads to resistance to imatinib, certain mutations can be treated, certain drugs will work, some drugs will not work. Likewise, in GIST also, a mutation can lead to resistance to imatinib, which is primary or which can be secondary. So it is a selection. So the tumor which was responsive to imatinib responded. The tumor which was primarily de novo not responsive now slowly grew up to become the dominant tumor. So how to interpret the mutation data in GIST? This is a small chart which I have prepared. So exon 11 KIT mutations, they are sensitive to regorafenib and imatinib. Dr. Ganapathy Ramanan had mentioned this drug, regorafenib. KIT 9 mutations, exon 9 mutations, you can use a higher dose of imatinib, and of course you can put them on sunitinib. Now generic sunitinib is available in India, so we are very lucky. For the past 1 month, we can change patients with exon 9 mutation. Instead of on 800 milligrams of imatinib, we can now shift them on to sunitinib. And secondary KIT mutations like in exons 13, 14, 17, 18, once again, they are sunitinib sensitive. Once again, we are lucky that we have generics available. Generic regorafenib also is available in India, so it is a good choice. And I told you about this mutation called PDGFR D842V, that is imatinib resistant. So you can use dasatinib in this tumor. So you can choose dasatinib as one of the drugs for the exon 18 mutation, which is D842V mutation. Sometimes I told you primarily or later you will have a tumor which shows a wild type KIT mutation. This is imatinib resistant, dasatinib sensitive, regorafenib sensitive, only if it is succinyl dehydrogenase deficient. So it is important to understand that in addition to the PDGFR alpha wild type mutation, you need to do another study called the succinyl dehydrogenase assay. So if it is SDH deficient, SDH gene deficient, then the tumor can be very effectively treated. So interpretation of mutation data is important. So you need to go back and repeat your molecular studies on the new tumor or the progressing tumor. So what will we do for an imatinib resistant GIST? Many are, we have many people like this. So I have listed several drugs which are available here. The number of patients treated. The first group, of course, is sunitinib itself, and the time to progression is 27 weeks. But there are many drugs which were used in patients who have become resistant to imatinib, resistant to sunitinib also. That means we are going to a third line drug. So we can use nilotinib, we can use sorafenib, we can use dasatinib also. So they also show activity in all these patients. So it's important to understand that you need to have something as a backup, and there are many drugs available as backup. And fortunately, except for nilotinib, every other drug is manufactured in India. There are many new TKIs being investigated for GIST. Regorafenib, it is already available, but we need to understand that regorafenib typically produces a stable disease. It is used in imatinib and sunitinib resistant GIST. There is a new drug called masitinib, which has been used in first line. It seems to show a very good activity. Another new drug called crinolanib, which is for the specific mutation D842V, and it is very useful. It is still not completely available in our markets. We need to import it on a named patient basis. There are a few drugs, 2 more drugs, which I have listed by their clinical trial name, which are now being tried in imatinib resistant patients. So small trials, 15 and 138 patients of 2 different drugs from Amgen. So they seem to show a good response rate, 1/3 to 2/3 of the patient responding to the treatment. Many other ways of using older drugs is also available, like for example, like what we did in renal cancer or kidney cancer. We also did the same thing in breast cancer to overcome resistance to existing drugs. So you can use an mTOR inhibitor, which can be, I didn't show you the slide, how mTOR inhibitors and the heat shock protein 90 inhibitors and the AKT pathway inhibitors actually work. They work in the same pathway at little downstream rather than at the level of the receptor, PDGF alpha receptor or the KIT ligand receptor. They work down the pathway, so you can block the pathway further down rather than at the receptor level. So many drugs are actually available. Thank you very much. I will end with this quotation. If you want to be larger than life, you need to learn to give. And FOM is all about giving. I'm very grateful to be associated with the Max Foundation and Friends of Max. And I'll be very happy to take questions now or at a later time, whenever the chair permits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raghunadharao. That was fantastic. We'll move on. We are getting very short of time. We'll move on and take the questions after all the talks are done. I hand over the mic to Dr. Jude Vaz to introduce the next speaker.
I will be introducing Dr. Manju Sengar. She is Professor of Medical Oncology at the Tata Memorial Hospital in Bombay, and she is in charge of the Adult Hematolymphoid Disease Management Group. When Dr. Manju Sengar speaks, everyone stops to listen. In her simple, direct, and straightforward style, she holds the full house of the Tata Memorial Auditorium spellbound. Welcome to your first Leadership Summit, Dr. Manju. Dr. Manju will be talking on monitoring guidelines, the Asian context.
Thank you so much. That was really a very kind introduction. Thank you so much for that. And thank you, the entire Friends of Max team, for having me here. This is definitely my first meeting. I've been listening to patient advocates, and it was a pleasure to hear from them. The knowledge what they have, the perspective what they have is really an eye-opener. So I know that we are running short of time, and I really promise that it's going to be a short one in terms of the presentation, and we'll definitely discuss more during the question answer session. So the topic allocated to me is monitoring guidelines, the Asian context. Before we move on to this, our main questions the minute we talk about monitoring is what is being monitored, how is it monitored, how often we need to monitor it, and if we do not follow the regular guidelines for monitoring, what are the reasons for this deviation from the regular guideline? And why we needed to have something which is specific to Asian context is because we know that if we talk about our own country, there is a wide variation in terms of the socioeconomic status, in terms of the affordability, in terms of access to even care, meaning even to a hospital, which is widely varied within our country. And that's the reason why we need to have something which is tailor-made for our own people. At the same time, it should allow them to have control of their disease, live their life to the fullest extent possible. So the first point is what is being monitored. It all depends on what are we looking at? We are looking at whether the patient is responding well, and at the same time, there is not much of toxicity. So these are the two things which we want to monitor. And at the presentation, if we look at all chronic myeloid leukemia patients, they either have symptoms in terms of fever, weight loss, early satiety, easy fatigability, or they may be completely asymptomatic, where just a diagnosis was made incidentally when they went for some kind of a blood checkup. Some of them do have splenomegaly. So these are the common things which are, patient with CML presents at the time of diagnosis. And that's when the doctors ask for a complete blood count. And we typically see high blood counts. We see, high platelets. Hemoglobin can be normal, low. So these are the parameters which are abnormal at the time of diagnosis. And then typically we ask for a peripheral smear, which shows a lot of cells which shouldn't be present in the blood. They are typically present in the bone marrow, but they come out in the blood because your marrow is producing much more than what is needed. And you see some of the cells in larger number, like what we call as basophils. So these are the abnormalities which we see at the time of diagnosis. And we need to keep in this mind, all these things in mind, that this should become normal when we say a person is responding to the ongoing therapy. The other parameter which is done in many centers is cytogenetics. Some centers do conventional cytogenetics on the bone marrow. Some do FISH on the bone marrow or the peripheral blood for the diagnosis. Again, this variation is dependent on the resources, dependent on the caseload, what individual center has, and many times depending on whether they have access to a conventional cytogenetic lab or not. So based on that, a FISH or a conventional cytogenetics is done on the bone marrow. And then what is very important for subsequent monitoring is to know what's the type of the BCR-ABL, the protein, what they have, what's the transcript type they have, which is going to be helpful in monitoring down the line. So these are the parameters which a doctor should have before they label somebody as CML and before they are ready for monitoring. How and how often depends on what treatment is being offered. And the treatment itself depends on what is the disease status, what is the host status in terms of comorbidities, in terms of the general condition. All that is dependent on, all that decides what the treatment should be as frontline therapy. And a very important thing is what is the goal of treatment. And as we heard Jan talk about treatment-free remission, whether treatment-free remission is the goal. And a very important fact which dictates treatment in our country is the affordability for therapy. So these are the important parameters on which the treatment is dependent on, and what treatment we are offering, monitoring, is dependent on that many times. If we talk about which generation of tyrosine kinase inhibitor, for us, it's mostly imatinib. But I don't feel disheartened that we are using imatinib much more than the second generation TKI, because a lot of patients who have CML chronic phase do not have, what we call as high-risk disease. they do as well with imatinib, and they do not need second generation TKI unless we are thinking that we want to give them treatment-free remission. So that's something which we need to keep in mind, that what treatment is being offered, the monitoring, and what is the goal which is being decided for the for an individual patient. The monitoring will be dependent on that. Another important thing is whether they have access to the good lab or not, where good quality control measures are in place, where the PCR can be reported as per the international scale. All that is relevant. And what is very relevant to us is whether the patient has ability to visit hospital. We may put stringent monitoring timelines, but if the patient has, is in the farms, and that's a time when the fields are, ready to be harvested, that patient may not be able to visit the hospital. So even we want 3-month monitoring for the PCR or for any kind of test, if the patient has other pressures socially or for the financial reasons, the patient may not be able to come to the hospital for doing those tests. Cost is another concern. There is a lot of variability in terms of how much a marrow costs, how much a PCR test costs between different centers, between different labs, but still doing this once every 3 months or what is recommended as per the guidelines becomes difficult for somebody whose annual income is not that much to support this kind of testing. So this is again something which is very relevant to us. It may not sound relevant if you have full reimbursement and insurance in place, but it becomes a reality for many of our uninsured patients. And what is very relevant when we are talking in terms of stringent monitoring, as I'm going to show as per the recommendations from ELN, is what is the feasibility for next line therapy. We know that now dasatinib is available as generic, so there is a possibility for changing over to dasatinib if somebody fails imatinib. But if there is, he or she has acquired a mutation which is not sensitive to dasatinib, what is the feasibility for this person to go on to the next line of therapy, and your monitoring will be guided based on that. So these are some of the recommended milestones, what we call, because if you achieve these milestones, the survival is good. So what we want, that the PCR value should be less than 10% at 3 months from the start of therapy, less than 1% at the end of 6 months, and less than 0.1% at the end of 12 months, and similarly down the line. And this is more relevant if you are on second generation TKI, because a lot of patients who are on imatinib will not be able to achieve MMR by the month 12. So if you're on imatinib and if you see a value which is less than more than 0.1%, that is what happens in almost half of those individuals. So because you take longer time to develop or achieve this kind of response if you're receiving imatinib instead of second generation TKI. So this is what is recommended as of now. This has strong relevance if you are doing treatment-free remission, if the goal is treatment-free remission, because you know that in that case, you're planning to put the patient on second generation TKI, you want to have these timelines or milestones achieved as required so that you can offer the patient treatment-free remission down the line. These are some of the questions which many people ask when we sit in the clinic, that what you call as major molecular response, what you call MR4, what you call MR4.5, and what you call MR5. These are all values of PCR which are seen, which decide these categories. And again, this has relevance if you're talking in terms of treatment-free remission. If you're not talking in terms of treatment-free remission, if the person is on imatinib, I'll be happy to have an MMR and continue to maintain MMR for an individual patient who cannot come for monitoring once in 3 months. So that is what we do most of the times. So how do we monitor at our center? We need to see whether the person is achieving what we call as normalization of blood counts, normalization of peripheral smear, spleen getting no longer palpable, and no symptoms of CML. So that's what we want to achieve in the first 1 month or so. So we monitor every 15 days blood counts. If the person is from Mumbai or from the local area, who can come to us. If not, they go back to their native place and they get this monitoring done locally. We see them at the month 3, and if they have feasibility, then we do the PCR at the month 3, because if you see this early response in terms of BCR-ABL being less than 10%, they do much better in terms of the disease control and the long-term survival. So if they have feasibility, that is done. If it is not feasible, then in that case, we just look at the complete blood count and the peripheral smear and clinical examination to document that they have achieved what we call as complete hematological response, where all the signs and symptoms have disappeared and you have normal blood count on the complete blood count and peripheral smear. We do, as part of our own workup, cytogenetics and conventional cytogenetics at 6 months. Centers which do not do cytogenetics, they typically do a RT-PCR at 6 months to see whether they have achieved what we call as complete cytogenetic response or an equivalent, which is less than 1% value of RT-PCR. And then at 12 months time point, and then if somebody has stabilized at what we call as major molecular response at that time, then once in 6 months is what we practice. Sometimes this becomes once a year. So once we see 2 or 3 years response being maintained as MMR, that is less than 0.1% PCR, and if the person is compliant, then in that case, and if they do not have feasibility of doing PCRs even in once in 6 months, our monitoring becomes once a year in those individuals. So these are the regular way how we monitor in our own setup. There are, however, variations. So if somebody has toxicity, and by toxicity, I mean that they drop their blood counts very often. We do their complete blood counts more frequently. If we see that compliance has been a problem, we do response assessment even in between those time points what we were talking. Or if we start seeing some signs of failure in terms of as compared to their last PCR, the values have increased, then in that case, we repeat again after a month. And if there is a further rise, we start thinking of looking at possibility of doing IRMA test and whether they have feasibility for going on to a second generation TKI, dasatinib or nilotinib, depending on IRMA. And again, as I said, that these are all ideal situations. That's what we follow in almost 90% of patients. But in 10% of patients, they come back and they have no means of doing cytogenetics or molecular tests. So though it's far from what we call as optimal or can justify it, but many times the monitoring ends up being only a complete blood count and clinical examination in this subset. As long as they continue to maintain what we call as complete hematological response, we know that they don't have any means for any second generation TKI because a lot of them are receiving their drugs by support, and even a generic dasatinib is not possible. Then in that case, we continue monitoring only with complete blood count. So these are some of the realities which we have. And that's where I would just like to conclude that we know what is ideally required, what is best for our patients, and we are able to offer to a significant proportion who can go through that. But there is a reality, there is a large proportion of patients who cannot either afford or are not able to come. In those situations, we modify our monitoring. So we need to strike a balance between being practical and ideal. And that's what we do in our patients. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manju. That was an excellent, comprehensive, and very concise. We will have to go to the next speaker because we are running short of time. Over to Dr. Raghu.
Dr. Raghu, you will have to unmute yourself. You are muted.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Malhotra. Please forgive me. It's my privilege to invite Dr. Malhotra for the next talk. He is the director of the Sriram Cancer Center and professor and head department of medical oncology, Mahatma Gandhi Medical College Hospital, Jaipur. He has been a pillar of strength to the Friends of Max, and he has helped us in connect with innumerable patient group meetings in Jaipur. And at the last leadership summit in Pune, his physical presence wowed everyone. I've heard him talk, and believe me, it's really a pleasure to hear him. Dr. Malhotra, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons. My real pleasure. So if you permit, I'll share my screen now. Can you see my slide? Hello, is my slide visible?
Yes, it's very much visible, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to talk about in the next 10 odd minutes, and I hope I can finish in time, is TFR. And TFR stands for treatment-free remission, and it is the new buzzword in CML management. So we'll talk about why, when, and how. So when we have a newly diagnosed patient, what are our goals? The first goal is that we want the patient to go into a good response, earliest and deepest response. We want that none of our patients should progress to accelerated phase or blastic phase. We want that no patient of ours should ever have kinase domain mutations. We wish that all patients of ours maintain their quality of life and have no or minimal side effects. And then, of course, each one of us hopes and prays that we can achieve a cure for our patients. And a cure today in CML is defined as a sustained remission even after stopping the drug or the tyrosine kinase inhibitor. And this is what is treatment-free remission. So we'll talk about treatment-free remission today. Now, why should TKI cessation be a key endpoint? There is always potential for organ toxicity with long-term TKI therapy. It does impact quality of life. There are issues of pregnancy. There is a cost of lifetime TKI. And most importantly, now there is this concept that TFR might be possible. Now, TKI toxicities, we will talk a little bit about. We want to inhibit the BCR-ABL with our treatment, but unfortunately, we do not have any drug which only inhibits the BCR-ABL. The drug also inhibits several other tyrosine kinases. And this is known as the kinogram. This is imatinib. This is what we want to target. But in addition to imatinib, in addition to ABL, the imatinib also suppresses so many other kinases. This is the other drug, dasatinib. This is what we want to inhibit, and it also inhibits several other kinases, and this leads to toxicity. And toxicities could be cytopenias, fluid retention, hyperglycemia, skin changes, pleural and lung problems, and peripheral arterial occlusive diseases. All patients who are on imatinib or second generation TKIs are not candidates for TFR. And this is just a rough estimate that if the patient is receiving imatinib in the first line, about 15 to 20% will be candidates, 40% will be candidates for TFR, and 15 to 20% will achieve a successful TFR. If the patient has been started on the second generation tyrosine kinase inhibitors, then 70 to 80% will be candidates for TFR, and the success rate will be about 20 to 30%, little more as compared to imatinib. Now, when should we consider TFR in a patient of chronic myeloid leukemia? So there are certain criteria which have been laid down, which are essential for any patient to attempt TFR. Then it is important to understand that once you initiate TFR, what is the molecular cut point where you will reinitiate the treatment? And then what are the clinical and the biological factors which might predict TFR, so that you can decide upfront with your patient that you have the maximum chances of success, let's try this, or you have very little chance of success, let's not try the TFR. So there have been many trials, and this was the first trial done by Dr. Mahon from France, the stopped imatinib trial. And what they found was that these are the patients who have recurrence of the disease, and the recurrence happens most often in the first 6 months. And after 6 months, there is a plateau of this curve, and at 2 years, which was the publication, the first publication, about 40% of patients can remain in remission without the drug. This is a longer follow-up of the same study, and at 5 years, about 40%, at 60 months, about 40% of patients have achieved a successful TFR. After this first very courageous study, there was a whole slew of studies from all over the world, from Japan, from Korea, from Australia, and with about the same results that about 40 to 50% of patients could achieve a successful TFR. Several studies now have been done and published on second generation TFRs. So patients who have received nilotinib or dasatinib, they after a certain period of time, after fulfilling certain conditions, can also successfully go in for a TFR. Now, this is an important slide in the sense that the initial study of Dr. Mahon from France, the trigger to restart treatment was loss of CMR. And now in the current studies, and now what is accepted, that if you have a loss of MMR, as Dr. Manju was talking about monitoring, if your BCR-ABL goes above 0.1, that is a loss of MMR, and that is the trigger in most of the studies which are doing TFR now. And if you use this bar, if you raise the bar a little higher as compared to loss of deep molecular response, then about 60% chances, 60% success you can have if you are offering TFR to your patient. Now, how can you do that? How should you do that? This was a beautiful publication from our friends in Adelaide in Australia, Dr. Tim Hughes and Dr. David Ross, 2016, in which they pretty clearly laid down that these are the optimal patients, these are the suboptimal patients, and these are the patients in whom TFR should not be attempted. So we'll go through some of these. The diagnosis, at diagnosis, the patient should not have high volume disease. The patient should have a transcript which can be easily measured. The patient must have chronic phase disease. The patient should have had an optimal response to first line treatment. Duration of TKI should be more than 8 years, and duration of deep molecular response should be more than 2 years. So if the patient fulfills these criteria, then there is a good chance, there is a 50 to 60% chance, then you can achieve a successful TFR. Similar guidelines have been laid down by ESMO, and similar guidelines have been laid down by the American NCCN. A little bit of differences here and there, but by and large, the same guidelines. Now, what should the patient understand after attempting a TFR? The most important thing is, as we discussed earlier also, that most of the patients relapse in the first 6 months. So the monitoring of BCR-ABL in the first 6 months has to be very rigorous, and this should be done every 4 weekly. And after 6 months, if the patient continues to remain in deep molecular response, the chances of relapse are much less, and then the testing frequency can be decreased to once in every 2-3 months. Several prognostic indicators have been published, and this list is expanding. And the most important predictors of a successful TFR are TKI duration and the depth and duration of the deep molecular response. So most experts today believe that the minimum exposure to TKI should be more than 5 years, preferably 8 years, and the minimum duration of deep molecular response should be 3 years when you're talking about imatinib, and at least 2 years if you're talking about dasatinib. Patients who are attempting the TFR should also be aware that about 30% of you will have something known as the TKI withdrawal syndrome, in which there is joint pains, muscle pains, a feeling of ill health, but this goes away in a few weeks' time. This is an interesting concept. Instead of completely stopping the TKI, you could also reduce the dose by 50%. And this was studied in England by Dr. Richard Clark and his group. And they found that if you fulfill certain criteria, about 90% of patients who de-escalate their TKI can remain in deep molecular remission. And this group of patients would be ideal to then go in for a complete stoppage of the TKI. So this might be an attractive way to go forward in our country. Several unanswered questions are there. I actually won't go into these. These are more of concern for the treating doctor than the patient. And I'd like to summarize now. imatinib can be safely and prospectively discontinued in patients who are in deep molecular response for more than 2 or 3 years. In some patients, a little bit of fluctuation in the monitoring PCR results need to restart of the disease, and the patient can be continued to be in the TFR. And these trials are very encouraging and now have made it into standard recommendation also. And I think every patient who's been on a TKI for a long enough time and is doing well with regards to the PCR report, they should discuss this TFR strategy with their treating oncologist. I'd like to emphasize here that this decision should not be taken lightly and casually by the patient himself or herself. This requires a very careful discussion with the treating clinician, and this requires very, very rigorous monitoring once the drug is stopped. And this has to be done in a very controlled setting. Otherwise, instead of benefit, we are producing major harm. One reassuring thing for patients who do undertake the TFR is that if your BCR-ABL starts to creep up, if it goes beyond the major molecular response and you restart the TKI, there is a 99% chance that you will go back into the deep molecular response. So there is very little risk, but it is not appropriate for all patients, and it has to be done with careful discussion with your treating doctor, and it has to be done with careful monitoring. With that, I thank you very much. I'm going to stop my slide share now, and I will very look forward to the questions. Thank you very much. Dr. Jude, will you take over again? Dr. Jude or Dr. Raghu? Thank you.
Jude is on.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra, for your very interesting talk on TFR. I will now go on to introduce the next speaker, who is Dr. M B Agarwal. Dr. M B Agarwal needs no introduction. He is the head of the Department of Hematology at Bombay Hospital. He leads the Bombay Hematology Group. 20 years ago, Dr. M B Agarwal championed the cause of imatinib and became one of the dearest friends of Max. Accompanied by Dr. Usha, who is probably with us today, he never misses a chance to be with us. Over to Dr. M B Agarwal, who will speak on Is Bone Marrow Transplant the Only Choice When All Else Fails?
Thank you, Dr. Waj. I'll just share my screen. Okay, so I'm speaking on bone marrow transplantation, chronic myeloid leukemia. Is this the only solution when everything else fails? To begin with, I must thank Viji for everything that she has been doing for chronic myeloid leukemia, and of course, the whole group of FOM. Treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia has multiple options traditionally. There were days of splenectomy, radiation to the spleen, busulfan, hydroxyurea, interferon. Then came transplants, and those who could be transplanted, at least half got cured. 20 years ago came Gleevec or imatinib, and that pushed transplants into the darkness. Despite these 20 years, if we are discussing about transplants today, that means the two treatments coexist. Brian Drucker, the father of developing TKIs. And today we have a whole of TKIs, imatinib, dasatinib, nilotinib being the most prominent ones. Donald Thomas, the father of bone marrow transplantation, the only one to get the Nobel Prize in this field, championed the cause and taught the whole world that the patients of blood diseases can be cured by this procedure. And that's what we are talking today. When you talk about bone marrow transplantation to the patient group, the patients have to realize that the marrow is inside the bone. This is how the marrow is inside the bone, and that marrow is forming blood. Many of you have heard the term stem cell. The bone marrow transplantation word has been replaced by the word stem cell. And if you get the stem cell from the bone marrow, then it's called bone marrow transplantation. So we've got now two major options for treating CML, the medical option and the transplant option. The medical option is TKIs, Gleevec, imatinib, and others. And though we just heard the talk of TFR, for 82% of patients, the TKI is for lifelong. Yes, there are patients where after a few years, the TKI can be stopped, the disease may not come back, and the patient is biologically cured. But these are a handful of people. And you have bone marrow transplantation, which was the preferred treatment before the discovery of TKI, that is 2 decades ago. Today, it is pushed to the second line of treatment and is done only when the medical treatment fails or the medical treatment could not be tolerated. And you may be pondering, which one should I go for if you are especially a newly diagnosed patient of chronic myeloid leukemia? Why is transplant not the first option is very obvious here. This is year 2000 when the TKIs came, and look at the number of transplants, which markedly came down. And the reason for that is everything is not plus about the transplants. There are a lot of negative things about transplants, and that's why the TKI pushed them into the darkness. Bone marrow transplant can kill you, while by and large a TKI does not kill you. After bone marrow transplantation, leukemia may still come back, and then you are totally disheartened. Bone marrow transplant can induce new diseases. The worst of them is what is called graft versus host disease, and you may have to live with this for the rest of your life. If the results of bone marrow transplant were like this upper curve, probably the TKI would have never been developed. But by and large, the results of bone marrow transplant are like the lowest curve. And depending upon the phase of patient, whether he is in the first or the chronic phase, second or the accelerated phase, or the third or the blast phase, the results keep deteriorating. If your near and dear is transplanted and if he succumbs, then you wonder whether you did the right thing or whether your doctor advised the right thing. So the question comes that you have to assess the eligibility of a patient for transplant very carefully, which is the job of the doctors. I'm not going to discuss at length, but you have to be eligible for the transplant. There has to be a donor. Today, you could have various types of donor from the family, outside the family, half-matched donor, cord blood, etc. But there has to be a donor. And the donor has to be matched with you either fully or half. You have to have resources to undergo transplant. Still, transplant is cheaper because it is one-time expense as against these TKIs, lifelong, with lifelong monitoring, lifelong medical expenses, the hospital, etc., etc. Even if you go for TFR, your monitoring continues. You need an expert center with an expert to do the transplant. And in this part of the world, that's not accessible to everybody. And the reason all that was just discussed, transplant is a treatment for less than 1% of chronic myeloid leukemia, even if they're eligible. Still, a stitch in time saves 9. And therefore, if a patient should be transplanted, he must be. Though TKIs are the best option, compliance, which has been discussed all through, is very important. And there are genetic traits that decide the compliance. Sometimes you're not able to win over the patient how important it is to take the TKI 365 days in a year. The drug must be effective. You are ready to take your compliance, but the drug is not working. And the drug should not have side effects. If there are side effects, you can't take them. And if there are serious side effects, the doctors will withdraw it. So TKIs may be unsuitable to a given patient of leukemia. And if TKI is unsuitable or is not giving the results, obviously you don't want to die. And what's your option? Option is transplant. Transplant and only transplant. In India, the median age of CML is 42 years. If you have got an access to good medical care, you should be living to the age of 85. That means you've got 4 decades of life to go. And then you have to think of whether to take TKI for 4 decades or take the challenge of transplant. And there are these 10% of patients who are very young and they have got 6 to 8 decades of life in front of them. And once again, you have to think of a curative option versus a lifelong option. So cancer has to be killed, and that's your dream. Ignorance is curable, and that's why we are here today, to remove the ignorance. But stupidity is forever. So if you are not a patient who is doing well with TKI, and if you don't go for transplant, that will be called stupidity. If you change nothing, then nothing will change. I'm in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. A simple slogan to decide what's best for you. I'll leave it for your doctor to decide what is the right thing for you. Be patient. When it seems things are not going right, and you may never be right again, accept that what is yours will come to you in the right way at the right moment. Priya is today 22. She was transplanted when she was 10. And she is living a normal, healthy life today and looking forward to a forgotten past of CML. Sakshi's story is not different. She is a housewife, aged 35, and once again had a CML in the back of her ground, transplanted and cured. Whenever transplant is the best thing for you as decided by your doctor, accept it and go for it. And that is win-win for everyone. Last thing, be a marrow donor. You realized how bad the cancer can be. You also realized what the importance of transplant is. There are bone marrow donor registries. Register yourself today. I conclude my talk by saying that TKI came 20 years ago, and we're discussing bone marrow transplant despite that, which was the earlier treatment. That means we still do transplants in CML, isn't it? That's all, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. That was wonderfully lucid. The slides were fantastic. The impact was tremendous. Please stay on. There will be a few questions on your talk. I will take it at the end of the next talk. I now request Dr. Bhawna Sirohi to give a talk on access programs, challenges and advantages. She's the oncologist in Apollo Proton Cancer Center, Chennai. And whether she's in London, Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, or like these days in Chennai, she's never far away from FOM. We are her to thank for encouraging us to begin our GST-specific meetings in city after city. A remarkable person. Dr. Bhawna Sirohi, kindly take over. Dr. Bhawna, can you please unmute yourself?
Sorry, I have to stop share to unmute. Sorry about that. So thank you so much. Can you see me and hear me? Sorry about that.
We do see you. We do see your slides. And, yes.
Thank you. So thank you so much for inviting me, Viji, and really, really grateful. A long collaboration with the Friends of Max and the Max Foundation. I love the mascot with the turban and the yellow mask, unmasking CML and GIST. So I'm just going to briefly talk through, I know we are running late, about the challenges and advantages. In India, I heard Manju speak and I've quoted her paper as well here. So we have a lot of challenges in India, and this applies to all low and middle income group countries in delivery of cancer care. high volume of patients, inability to pay, limited access to newer treatments, because most of the trials are done in the West, and then the majority of them, and then the drug it comes to India or any of the LMICs. There's insufficient time for reading, there's shortage of trained workforce. I won't go into the details, but also there is also lack of accountability and transparency in most centers in reporting outcomes, especially in the private centers. The types of access programs that we have are free drug for life based on financial assessment like GPAP and BCare. Either you buy a few cycles and then free drug, which is mostly industry driven, it's quite common, or you buy the drug for a set number of cycles, say 6 to 10 usually, and then free drug is given for life, like for the CDK4/6 inhibitors and TDM1. There is the compassionate access to drugs as well, which the clinician has to apply for, and the drug is available free of cost for life for rare mutations. And I'm hearing about EMI-based support, which is going to be started as well. Why do we need access programs? Majority of our patients are low and middle income group patients. There are a lot of out-of-pocket expenses for health, which leads to catastrophic expenditure and poverty in majority of the population. More than 70% of the population is not insured. We have a lot of younger patients. Our population matrix is young. So we have a lot of younger patients who are being diagnosed with cancer, and most of them are breadwinners. The drugs are getting more and more expensive, and with the new immunotherapy targeted treatments, yes, we find a mutation on the molecular testing, but then most of these drugs are unaffordable. Most of the trials have been industry driven, so the drugs have to be taken till the cancer progresses or till there are side effects or lifelong. So I think, and plus, access programs also, like the compassionate use access, gives access to our patients to newer treatments as well. The key advantages are that this is the only way that the drug is affordable to a majority of our patients. Rare mutations, by including large population for testing for a mutation, there is a chance for selection. And also a lot of companies offer subsidized coupon of free testing so that the rare mutation is identified and will increase the distribution of the drug, but that also does not include the cost of the drug which is going to be given. GPAP, I just want to talk about it because I think this is a fantastic program started in 2001 in partnership with Novartis and Max Foundation. Was the NGO that served as the program manager, it was the first of its kind, completely philanthropic and direct to patient model. What I loved about the program was the support group meetings. And I remember starting the first GIST support group meeting at 3 monthly intervals at Tata Hospital in 2012. They also have been able to publish the results. And if you see on the survival curve, it relates to CML patients, GIST patients, and other patients who have the c-KIT mutation. So there is transparency in collecting the data and publishing the results as well, which is what we need with the support programs. The challenges to the access programs are exhaustive paperwork for which support is needed in busy clinics. There are logistics challenges. We looked at this heat map for patients coming to Tata Hospital from all over India, traveling thousands of miles to get access to treatment. There are lack of diagnostic capabilities. And also, like I said, the sheer number of patients and those in need is a big ask actually for the access programs. The climate is unfriendly towards multinationals. And of course, there are issues relating to supply chain, import and customs, and we can delve into those during the panel discussion that Senthil is going to do later. The biggest challenges that I have faced on ground level is the pharma individualize the support based on the treating doctors. So whether they give you a 1+2 for your patient or 1+3 or 3+1, depends on the volume of patients you see and the number of drugs that you prescribe. There is strong discrepancy between different tier cities regarding PAP support. There is no one nation, one assistance program.
Some oncologists are even unaware of the existing PAP for that patient assistance program for that drug. Also, there are issues relating to availability and reliability of testing for molecular targets, which are not optimized. And most of the time, I don't do the tests if patients can't afford, unless I know there is a compassionate use access program that I can lay my hands on. Most programs need the patients to buy 1 or 2 vials, and some of the drugs can be exorbitant costs before receiving the free vial. Majority of the patients can't afford. There are solutions with oncology startups, patient assistance programs, and NGOs, and I think BCare and Max Foundation are doing a fantastic job. But also they are handicapped by pharma and government policies. We know about the Novartis story. The government talked of importing excise duty, and it was difficult to restart the program. All of us know about that. So how can we bring it together and make it more effective? I think we have to be part of the solution as clinicians, awareness, education, which I think Friends of Max do a fantastic job in doing it. Commitment is very important. The patient support group meetings, and with the pandemic, the one good thing has been that the reach for the patient support group meetings has been global and India-wide as well. Most of our patients have a smartphone. Peer review, again, is very important for your protocols, for your treatments, and also for the institution. For the pharma, I think it's important. So I've had experience of doing the support programs with the pharma in the West as well. And this is what we need in India as well, an end-to-end support in cancer journey, where the educational material, videos, some of this work is already being done. I'm aware of that. Disease awareness about their cancer. So an empowered patient, informed patient, I feel, is an empowered patient. Preparation phase for these tests, the side effects, and how to mitigate those side effects, because we know there are certain things one can do. Let's say for targeted drugs, one can use certain creams or antibiotics to mitigate skin toxicity. The program should be transparent. So it's the same all over the country and not based on an individual clinician's prescribing capabilities. The follow-up and adherence is important, and I think the digital solutions will help towards that. As far as NGOs' role, I think they're doing a great job in providing the free drug, but also the funding for RT-PCR, funding for IRMA, support for treatment, free remission, increased testing at least 3 monthly, and if needed, restarting the drugs, alternate drugs for both CML and GIST, including generics in the support program, especially the dasatinib, including clinicians in the decision-making process, and I know it is already being done in certain places, and maybe garnering a corporate social responsibility for these things. So I feel for all of this, all of the key stakeholders, including the hospitals, have to collaborate. And as Henry Ford said, working together is a success. So we have to work together. What Gandhiji said, universal health coverage is something that we have to strive for, so that the most helpless and the needy person also gets the same care as anybody who is completely not resource limited. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Raghu, Dr. Tapan, my colleague Sujit, and Viji for helping me with these slides as well. Thank you.
That concludes a series of wonderful talks from all the panelists. Can we now move on to take some questions for the panelists to address? Since we are short of time, I thought we'll... Jude, you're muted. If you're saying something, please unmute yourself.
Raghu, we have Dr. Suresh Advani, who couldn't join us yesterday.
Dr.
Yes.
Advani
has very kindly agreed to join us and make his presentation today.
Dr. Jude, kindly unmute yourself and introduce Dr. Advani, please.
Yeah, so I can start my talk immediately, because I'm sure you are getting late.
Hello. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Suresh Advani, one of the country's foremost oncologists. with over 50 years of experience in treating cancer. He has been awarded the Padma Bhushan. Dr. Advani remains his humble self and is always accessible to us, only a phone call away. Dr. Advani will be speaking on the management of long-term side effects of imatinib. Over to Dr. Advani.
Thank you. First of all, let me express my deep gratitude to the organizers who have done such a wonderful job and in making sure that all the experts come and meet together and discuss the whole problem of how we are able to control and manage the chronic myeloid leukemia. And I think we have come a long way in the management of chronic myeloid leukemia. And today it is so easy to talk to the patient who comes with the diagnosis of the chronic myeloid leukemia, and then to discuss with them, it's very easy, which was very difficult about many years ago. But I think today it's really easy to talk with the patient. So today's talk is that what are the long-term side effects? You have heard from all the experts that how beautiful is the treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia, how we are able to achieve more than 90% long-term survival. And I think that's a great sort of news. And also at least 15 to 20% of these patients are going to be cured, the so-called real cure, because the whole BCR-ABL can disappear. So I think these are the great advances which all of us really feel proud of, because I was also at a stage where we had only busulfan. We used to treat all our patients with busulfan. So there was no question of that time of long-term side effect. Everything was short-term and everything was over in 3 years. That was the situation about 40 years ago. But today we have our patients right from 98 onwards for more than 20, 22 years. And the way they are moving around and serving the society, their home and everybody, it's a great sort of a relief. And if you talk to these people, they have hardly any real complaint about the side effects, because they are so grateful that they are today able to run around and move around. So I think that's a real situation. However, I must admit that there are some side effects. Majority of the side effects are immediate side effects, like water retention and muscular pain, sometimes little diarrhea, stomach upset. But all these, they disappear usually within a year or two. And then the patient really feels normal. However, in the long term, the side effects are less than 1%. Remember this. I think this is the most important part to be remembered. The side effects, long-term side effects, are not common. They are less than 1%. And therefore, major emphasis is never there. The side effects which is of something worth mentioning, one is the cardiac side effects. Again, experts believe that there are really no cardiac side effects. Only those people who have pre-existing disease or who are prone to the heart disease, they suffer something like QT interval, and extremely rare is the cardiac failure, which may not be really because of the drug, but maybe something else. So personally, I feel that cardiac problems are extremely rare and not worth thinking about. So I must sort of request all our group of patients who are on the treatment not to be afraid of any cardiac problems as such. And therefore, if you look at our whole approach, we hardly sort of look at the cardiac things, evaluate cardiac things. because whatever cardiac abnormalities happen, they are subclinical. That means they have no clinical value. And I think this is a very important thing to remember. Because they are subclinical, nobody realizes that there will be minor changes in the heart, and we call it QTC interval prolongation, which can happen with these type of tablets. The other side effect is mainly the bones. And this bone side effect is related to what we call it hypophosphatemia. The phosphate in the body goes down. And because of that, calcium also goes down. And because of that, the parathyroid hormone increases. And that leads to its own side effects. But again, this is a rarity. And I must admit that I have not investigated any patient with respect to the bone problem. The third thing, of course, the problem are basically because of that it can have the effect on the pregnancy. What is the effect of the drug on the pregnancy? In the animal experimentation, they have shown some effect on the embryo, and there are some abnormalities which are in the offspring, which are mentioned in the animal experimentation. In the human beings, there is not a single patient who was born while on the imatinib that has got the abnormalities. So again, this is really extremely rare, but we do advise to all our lady patients that avoid pregnancy while on imatinib. That's a standard recommendation. For males, that may not be really so. But I think for the females, this is recommended, that avoid pregnancy while on the imatinib. And lastly, I must say the effect on the skin and the subcutaneous tissue. Again, this is very variable. Pigmentation, depigmentation, thinning of the skin, loss of subcutaneous support to the skin, all these things are seen. And some people do get even itching. But I think again, to blame the drug is not really the right thing to do. And I must tell you that most of the patients, they are a little bit ignorant. Anything happens to them, they blame it to the drug. I think that is a misconception which has to be driven out. That this drug is absolutely safe. Like any other normal person, they can get diarrhea, they can get nausea, they can get vomiting, they can get lung infection. So all these problems, which are usually along with even the normal people suffer, patients with the chronic myeloid leukemia, they also have to suffer. So friends, what I have told you in a nutshell, that this is a life-saving drug. It gives a tremendous life to the patient. And therefore, little bit of the acute side effects, which happen in the first year or two, should be tolerated and controlled by the physicians, while the long-term side effects are negligible and they are not really worth mentioning. So with these few words, I would again like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Advani, for this talk you have just given. We will now go on to the question and answer session. Over to Ashray and Sudha.
Thank you to all our esteemed speakers for your incredibly informative presentations. We will now move towards our Q&A session.
All the questions you have submitted so far during the segment will now be answered by the appropriate speaker. The window is still open and you can submit questions. I would request all our audience members to kindly keep the questions relevant to the topics that have been discussed tonight. Thank you.
We'll start the session with one of the questions from Ms. Sandhya Gode, who's a leader from Visakhapatnam. She wants to know, is there any data available on the success failure of patients who opted for TFR? Can we reach out to anyone who is on TFR? The panelists can decide by themselves who in particular wants to answer this question. Are the panelists
I have
with us?
patients who are on TFR for over a couple of years. So in case she wants to get in touch with one of them, I'll be very happy to provide their contact details. No problem at all.
There is a second question from Lata Sundar Krishnan. She asks, how many years of success is known in case of TFR? What is the percentage?
Well, I'm sure all the panelists have quite a good number of patients who are on the TFR nowadays. At least I have more than 6 patients, and one of them is now 4 years. It's gone beyond 4 years. Now, of course, about almost 50% of them I had to restart the treatment.
So may I ask a question on that? So at the moment, from what we learned from Dr. Malhotra's talk and yesterday's talks, only about 40% of those who are on imatinib really achieve TFR. And if what Dr. Advani says, 20% of them relapse again. For the sake of 20%, should the vast majority really go in for a TFR?
Until you go on to the program, you won't know whether you are suitable for TFR or you are not suitable for TFR. So it is at the moment, it is dicey. I fully agree with you. We are unable to predict as to which patient actually continues to stay in TFR and which patients are likely to be restarting the drug. That is not yet predictable at the moment. We only know these type of certain patients who satisfy a given set of criteria will definitely be eligible to go on TFR. Whether you want to go on TFR or not, of course, is your decision. But the clinician can only tell you that if you go off the drug, this is the schedule of events which need to be happening, so that we need to restart you if you are losing your deep molecular response. It is not as if you will ever notice a clinical relapse. No, that is not going to happen. It's only in terms of a 1 log increase, nothing more than that. So many patients think that they're going to get back the disease. No, they're not likely to experience anything like getting back the disease. It's only the RT-PCR showing up again, nothing more than that, than what is the prescribed lower limit. So we are not yet sure whether we can, that is the, at the moment our instruments can measure only that level of deepest remission. If we have some instrumentation in future, some test in future which can measure even deeper, possibly we'll use that as the criterion. So at the moment, this is as far as science can guide us.
Thank you, Dr. Raghu. Dr. Jude, take the next question, please.
Yes, just a moment.
Dr. from Shailaja Kosuri.
Dr. Shailaja Kosuri asks, for those of us who are not in deep molecular remission, DMR, but are maintaining stable 3 to 4 log remission, CMR, is dose reduction an option so as to reduce long-term toxicity of TKIs? Her background is that she's been diagnosed 18 years ago, was on 600 milligrams of Glivec for 17 years, recently reduced dosage to 400 milligrams, holding on to 3.5 log remission so far.
Yeah,
Dr. Malhotra? Yes, sir, please, sir. Advani, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think in this situation, the best advice will be if the patient is not able to tolerate the dose which was really for some reason it must have increased. And if they are not able to tolerate that dose, best thing is to change the drug. And we have an option of dasatinib and nilotinib. And based on the IRMA investigation, they can really go on to the next line of action. But going up to the 600 for some reason, and again dropping back to 400, we don't know what will happen.
The next question is from Nirmesh Prakash, and this probably more addressed to Vijay. Can there be a list of all CML GIST access programs available in India? I do not know whether the panelists have this list or whether we need to produce a list like this.
Dr. Bhawna, can you help us here? Is it possible to provide our patients with a list of all the access programs? Because would physicians be our contact person? You know, would you have an idea, or do we go to the industry?
I mean, I have created a list for at least the cancers that I treat, all the assistance programs that I could find. So I think this would be a very good idea to have a list that you could put on your website, not just for CML GIST, but for all access programs, actually, for drugs which are available. And I mean, I'm happy to email the list I have, and maybe Manju, Dr. Hemanth, Dr. Raghu could help you with the hematological, Dr. Advani. I feel as a community, we have to try and have the same patient assistance program all over India, rather than, you know, what I said, it's very consultant specific.
Yeah, that's very true. That was the point which you raised, which I totally identified with. Many of our patients also know about that.
Yeah.
Yes, Nirmesh, that was really a good question.
We actually created a list, madam. It is available. Sujit has created that list for all the young medical oncologists, trainee medical oncologists. We have a list of all the access programs from every single industry or every single pharmaceutical firm in India, and the NGOs who can help you with that program. So I will ask Sujit to post probably to you, so that you can forward it to the needy patients. There is no problem.
That is wonderful.
We created the list about a year and a half back.
That is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jude.
Question is from Mrs. Vasambhada Shukla, who has been on Glivec for the last 20 years. Sometimes I feel reduced blood circulation and its side effects like acute pain in nerves. Is there any medication for the same?
I would like to add here that Mrs. Vasambhada Shukla is on Glivec for GIST for about at least 18 or 19 years.
Wow, that's really, really great. So the neuropathy is, I think she needs to have a detailed discussion with her oncologist as to what the cause of this is. Very unlikely that it's the imatinib which is causing it. What do you think, Dr. Raghu, Manju? Have you seen this in CML?
Not likely. There must be some other cause which is causing acute sharp shooting pain. It's unlikely that it is because of imatinib.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of it will be peripheral neuropathy, which is pretty easy to diagnose. We can do a nerve conduction study, in fact, to document it also. That's not a problem at all. It's very easy to document peripheral neuropathy.
We'll move on to the next question from another leader from Hyderabad who's currently in Ireland, Ratika Tandon. Hi, I am Ratika, age 37. Diagnosed with CML in 2003, on Glivec since 2005, and in remission since 2007. I have been on 400 milligrams of Glivec since 2005. That's what she has given, but she hasn't mentioned what her question is. I really don't know.
She, I think, is looking at asking if she can be a candidate for treatment-free remission.
If she had mentioned her RT-PCR value, possibly yes, she looks to be a candidate to who can actually go on TFR.
I think if you send the slides of Dr. Hemanth Malhotra, those questions will be easily answered. They were so perfect, explaining exactly when and who should be considered for a TFR. I think ultimately, we'll all get these slides and we'll be able to help each other out by explaining some of the things to each other. We'll move on to the next question. Dr. Jude will address it.
The next question is from Pranay Ranjan. Other than regular blood tests, treating oncologist consultancy and annual scans, is there anything else that should be done to predict or avoid recurrence?
This is also a GIST patient.
Yes.
So no, I don't think we recommend anything else.
A GIST patient, even a blood test is not needed.
Yeah, not needed. Yeah.
Just a scan is more than enough. If they are on adjuvant treatment, even that scan is not needed.
Yeah, I agree.
The next question is from Nandini, who's asking a very relevant question. Considering the radiation exposure of PET-CT, can the GISTers get an MRI scan to monitor the tumor progression?
Oh, sure, you can use an ultrasound, you can use an MRI. It's quite your choice. There's absolutely no need to go for a PET-CT scan. We treated GIST even before PET-CTs were invented.
That's true.
The next question is from Rashmi Sachade. Sometimes there is a sudden pain around the bottom of the rib cage on both sides. How many times a year should we do sonography or CT scan?
Rashmi is also a GIST patient.
Again,
I think most of it is if she had taken adjuvant GIST, the treatment with imatinib for GIST, I think most of it is my personal feeling is it is unsubstantiated by the natural history of GIST. You don't get simultaneously pain on both sides of the rib cage, which lasts for a few minutes and disappears. That is not typically a presentation in this type of disease at all. So possibly, yes, there is some fear of a relapse at the back of your mind, and sometimes it drives such symptoms. So what you need to do is purely vocalize them. The next time you see your physician, he will be able to settle your doubts at rest.
Can I pose an addendum to that, Dr. Raghu? This kind of pain, I have also been on Gleevec for the last 20 years. And even today, at any point of time, if I make a sudden movement of my muscles, the rib cage, if I turn my body suddenly, or if I move my leg suddenly, I get very severe cramps, which last about 2 to 5 minutes.
That
I
is
just have to sit in a... Yeah.
So she must be referring to the rectus abdominis pain. Yes, that is very well known. That type of spasm is known. So for them, we advise them to take calcium. If it is possible, you can take a tablet called calcium with magnesium also. That seems to help most of the patients.
Thank you. We move on, Dr. Jude.
From Yoke Chun, question for Dr. Raghu. Is there a big difference in GIST patients' incidence rate among the general population, or different diets, example between people on vegetarian, meat and high curry food intake?
Absolutely none. Both vegetarians, non-vegetarians, omnivores, Jains, as well as vegans, all of them seem to have the same incidence of GIST. There is no difference whatsoever in relation to diet and the incidence of GIST or CML.
And there is a second question from Yok Chun to Dr. Manju. Is TFR strongly being considered as a treatment option for CML patients in India already?
Very much so. Yeah.
So yeah, answer is that yes, those who are candidate, those who fulfill the eligibility criteria, who've been responding well and the disease is under control, yes, that's an option. But very important thing is the compliance once the TFR is started, because the monitoring has to be much more frequent in terms of PCR. And at the earliest sign of failure, the treatment has to be reinstituted. So somebody who's compliant, who understands the meaning of TFR, it's definitely an option.
The next question, I think somebody will need to answer in Hindi because it's posed in Hindi. Gleevec, this is from Sukh Sagar. Gleevec काम जब ना करेगी फिर क्या करेंगे? मैं 8 साल से Gleevec ले रहा हूँ. मेरा WBC काउंट 6000 से 7500 रहता है. BCR Abelson is 0.01 हमेशा रहता है. क्या DVA बैंड भी हो सकता है? क्या मेडिसिन बंद भी हो सकता है? Whoever would like to answer in Hindi? I hope I could read it well. It was not written in Hindi but in English.
So I think I can take that. मैं उसको हिंदी में जवाब दे सकती हूँ. So जैसा आपका रिपोर्ट रह रहा है जो आपने बताया, WBC काउंट भी अच्छा है और BCR ABL भी अच्छा है, तो हम ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते कि ग्लीवैक काम करना बंद कर रहा है या जब बंद करेगा तब उस समय दूसरा कुछ दवा शुरू करना पड़ेगा. अभी तो सारे रिपोर्ट्स अच्छे हैं और ग्लीवैक चालू रखना है आपको. जो अगर आपको आपके डॉक्टर से बात करना है कि दवा कुछ समय रोक सकते हैं या आपके लिए दवा बंद करने का उपाय है, उसके लिए आपको डॉक्टर को मिलना होगा. वो आपकी सारी पुरानी रिपोर्ट देखेंगे, शुरू से देखेंगे कितना समय से आपका ये BCR ABL अच्छा रह रहा है और उसके आधार पे वो डिसाइड करेंगे कि आपकी दवा बंद करने की कोशिश की जा सकती है या नहीं. लेकिन अगर आप ऐसे इस चीज के लिए जाते हैं तो आपको हर महीने फिर PCR का टेस्ट करना होगा, कम से कम 6 महीनों के लिए. तो ये कर सकते हैं आपके केस में या नहीं, इसका जो सबसे अच्छा जजमेंट होगा वो आपके डॉक्टर करेंगे.
Thank you, Dr. Manju. That was lovely. Dr. Jude, can you take the next question, please?
The question is, how long can I expect the same drug and same dosage to stay as effective as it is currently? I was off Glivec for 3.3 years for my 2 pregnancies and lactating phase from 2011 to 2013 and 2017 to 2018. I had bone pain on and off during this phase. Is it a withdrawal symptom of Glivec? If so, would it be more severe but manageable if I opt for going off the drug completely? Is a CML patient both on the drug and off the drug in DMR likely, less likely, not likely to develop any other type of malignancy in the future? Is there any data on this? And finally, does prolonged therapy of Glivec in CML patients affect the memory? If yes, then how bad can it get over the years?
So Dr. Jude, these were the questions actually posed by Ratika.
Right, I guessed as much.
Yeah.
Ratika from Ireland, the patient who just was earlier.
Memory loss doesn't occur with Glivec, so ruled out. Well, you had taken a break for your pregnancies, but you remained in good remission. So that's a plus point. How long can you take Glivec? Well, you can take it as long as you like. We have no objection about your taking Glivec. As long as you respond to the treatment and the response is shown in your RT-PCR values, yes, you can continue to take it. Yes, you can go off the drug if you satisfy the criteria which Dr. Malhotra had presented very clearly. So nothing to do with your pregnancy, nothing to do with your drug. What drug you are on doesn't make any difference. How deep is your response and how long have you remained in that deep response is what matters to us absolutely, to consider whether you can go off the treatment or not. As simple as that. And whether it causes some other malignancy, the chances are very low that when certain cancers are caused by CML. Yes, we have seen CML patients developing a second malignancy. That is simply because in the past, CML patients never used to live as long as we are seeing them live now. So it's a function of purely an age-related phenomenon, but nothing to do with imatinib driving a second malignancy.
Thank you, Dr. Raghu. Vijay and the organizing team has to guide us as to how long we continue. The questions are pouring in. We are already half an hour behind schedule. So if you give me the permission, I'll go ahead.
We are good. We can go ahead for another 10 minutes. We are doing away with the break. And this is what everybody is eagerly waiting for, to have their questions answered. And I'm really grateful to all our physicians for staying back, to both Dr. Vaz and Dr. Raghu for holding the whole session together. We have a panel discussion which is going to be led by Dr. Senthil And I'm seeing the panel members also are waiting. Dr. Dinesh, Dr. Pankaj, thank you so much. Another 10 minutes, so maybe another 3 questions, and then we can.
So the next question is from Vaman Joshi. I'm taking Gleevec for last 18 years and understand that one of the side effects of Gleevec is cardiovascular. So how to overcome such side effects? I think Dr. Advani already touched upon it. Sir, will you please answer him again? Sir, you're muted, sir. Please unmute yourself. Yeah, thank you, sir.
The clinical impact of cardiac disorder in the chronic myeloid leukemia with imatinib is extremely rare. So whatever some symptoms may be there, they are usually subclinical. Unless the patient has previous existing partly coronary artery disease and all, then only they may get some side effects because of the drug. So I feel that we should really feel safe that our heart will not be affected by this drug.
Dr. Jude?
The next question is from Sukanya Lal. My question is, I'm on Gleevec since 2005, 400 milligrams, and have been on CMR since 5 years. But last year, due to a secondary infection, had to stop Gleevec for 15 days and did see a very slight spike in counts. Hence, I'm scared to try TFR. Any thoughts?
If your counts don't rise with an infection, then we are worried. That means something is abnormal. So an infection should drive your count to rise like in a normal human being. In a normal human being also, the counts will rise if you have an infection, because the body has to produce enough white blood cells to counter the infection, fight the infection, and help you become all right. So that is a normal phenomenon. There's nothing to be worried about the count rising if you had stopped Gleevec for a few days. That is a normal phenomenon.
We'll move on to the next question from Pravarkar. Namaskar, my wife continuing Gleevec 400 milligrams daily, very regularly, since January 2005. Now she has developed myelofibrosis. She is also receiving blood transfusion 6 bottles at 3 to 4 month intervals in 7 years. Her molecular response is normal. What is the future line of treatment? A very important question. Is Dr. Malhotra there?
Yeah, I'm here. So, like myelofibrosis is one of the complications of chronic myeloid leukemia. Unfortunate that the patient should have developed this, but I think supportive treatment in the form of blood transfusion, growth factors, and if the transfusion requirement is very high, then erythropoietin or darbepoietin can be tried and reduce the transfusion requirement. But it does happen rarely, and supportive treatment has to be given.
I can just add, if she is younger, then they can consider allogenic bone marrow transplant in this situation.
Allogenic transplant can be considered.
The last question is from Param. I went through BMT in November 2006. My BCR-ABL is 0. Should I continue to monitor BCR-ABL lifelong?
I guess you had an allo transplant, so very unlikely that you are going to have a relapse. So if you don't want to monitor it for yourself, perfectly all right. So that's the purpose of doing an allo transplant in a CML.
I would just add here that sometimes the relapse have been seen even 18 years after the transplant. So maybe, although the chances are very, very low, but it is good idea to continue to monitor. Thank you.
With that, we will now move on to the panel discussion. Sudha and Ashray, please take over and introduce. Or will Dr. Raghu do that?
Hello, everyone. So now we will move to our panel discussion. And now I would request our chairpersons, Dr. Raghu Krishnaswamy and Dr. Jude Vas, to introduce the moderator and the panel discussion to the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha. The moderator for this session is none other than Senthil Rajappa. I have seen him grow into a force to reckon with in the field of oncology. Every time I meet him, and I do meet him quite a lot, I keep referring patients to him and I get a feedback from him. I come back thinking, wow, this is what I would have liked to be, and I am not. If we need to look for energy and encouragement, we need to look no further beyond him. Whether it is to help organize GIST-specific meetings or speak at an early morning chai for cancer adda at KBR Park, he fits the bill perfectly. Dr. Senthil, please come over and take over the scene.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raghu, for that very, very kind introduction. That's contrary to what you saw on the photograph that came in the previous slide, in which I looked very, very angry. And in fact, I called up Amma and asked her, why did you have to put a photo like this? You know, I know how to smile. So let's see how this panel discussion goes. So I did, check with Amma regarding what is it that you wanted me to discuss on this. So she said, I want to know from physicians what impact we have made on the landscape, the management of GIST in this country, the management of CML in this country, and how better can we get. And so we have three very esteemed panelists today. I should call them my CML friends, not Bhawna is very frequently interacting, though Pankaj on and off, because I don't routinely manage CML anymore. I don't see him so very frequently, so does Dinesh, but they're very, very dear CML friends of mine. And of course, Bhawna is quite frequent on the web, and we keep interacting. So welcome all the three panelists. I want all the other physicians who've been here today to also take part, because this is something that's not specific to the panelists at all. And I also want to ask Amma to keep her mic unmuted, because as much as the Max Foundation and the Friends of Max want to learn from the physicians, physicians also want to learn from you, right? So you have a wealth of knowledge on what patients want, where are we failing, and I will not take more than half an hour because I know all of us are delayed. I will stop at 9 o'clock, but this is what we will try to do in the next 30 minutes. So let me ask the three panelists. So let's say the lady first. Bhawna, life without Max Foundation and Friends of Max. I want you to give me a one-liner. How would that have been?
Very
Pankaj and Dinesh.
Very difficult because...
Very difficult.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Pankaj, life without Max Foundation and Friends of Max.
I can't think of that. I already said it's a family. So you are asking a question. Yeah, how would you feel like without a family? So that kind of a feeling.
Super, Dinesh.
I can't think of means. It's a similar feeling. Probably having a family without a family head. So similar kind of feeling without having a Max Foundation and Friends from Max.
Dr. Dinesh, please turn on your video. We would like to see you too.
Dinesh, your handsome face should be on the screen, Dinesh.
I have a very limited bandwidth, so probably.
Okay. We'll. Doesn't matter. Whatever you're comfortable with. Professor
Dr.
Hemanth
Dinesh
Malhotra
has just come back from Gwalior, and thank you so much, Dr. Dinesh, for joining us.
Sorry,
thanks so much, Dinesh. Professor Hemanth Malhotra and then Professor Raghu, life without Max Foundation. And of course, Friends of Max. Professor Raghu, are you around or you have logged off? I can see you. I can see you.
Both Dr. Hemanth and Dr. Raghunadharao are muted.
Okay, please unmute them if you have decided not to. Anyway, never mind. We'll move on. We can always come back to whatever. Let me get back to Pankaj. Pankaj, how have these patient meetings that we usually have, all of us have been a part of these meetings, how do you think this has actually helped? And the reason why I'm asking you this question is that there is a lot of disconnect between what physicians feel is important to patients versus what patients feel are important to them. We are very focused on the medical part of it. We've had a lot of talks today enlightening all of us and our patients about the disease, but there is a lot of disconnect. Do you think the meetings that we regularly organize, of course, headed by Amma, have they made a big difference to patients? And have they made a big difference to the physicians managing these patients? So again, all the three of you, I want you to take these questions. We'll start with Pankaj.
Absolutely, absolutely, Senthil. So, since there are a lot of friends of Max also, so maybe I would mix up Hindi and English together, so that yesterday there was
Please speak the Hindi. Please speak the Hindi. I can understand, Pankaj.
मैं कोशिश करता हूँ.
Go ahead. Please, कोशिश करो.
So, as if इंडिया में क्या है कि फिजिशियंस जितने भी हैं दे आर वो सभी ओवरवर्क्ड हैं, बहुत सारा ओवरवर्क्ड हैं. और मेरे को यही लगता है कि एक फिजिशियन जैसे यूएसए में है, वो ओपीडी में मुश्किल से 6 से 7 पेशेंट्स देखते हैं, जहां जो कि हम एक ओपीडी में कम से कम 300 से 400 पेशेंट्स देखते हैं, सारे कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पेशेंट्स देखते हैं. हमारे पास उतना टाइम नहीं होता कि हम पेशेंट से ये बात कर सकें. उसकी बहुत सारी क्वेरीज होती हैं, पर क्योंकि हमने इतने सारे पेशेंट्स देखने होते हैं, हमारे ऊपर प्रेशर होता है, तो जितना टाइम देना चाहिए हम उतना टाइम नहीं दे पाते. तो जब ये मैक्स फाउंडेशन के साथ ये शुरू हुआ, हालांकि शुरू में थोड़ा सा हम इरिटेट होते थे कि इतने सारे बिजी हैं और बीच में अब हमें ये मीटिंग भी करनी पड़ेगी. पर जैसे ही पहली मीटिंग हुई, और मेरे को याद है चंडीगढ़ में शायद 2005 या 6 में पहली मीटिंग हुई, उसी के बाद से जो इसने इम्पैक्ट किया, अब मेरे को फीलिंग ये आती है कि सिर्फ सीएमएल में क्यों नहीं, बाकी बीमारियों में भी क्यों नहीं ये ऐसी सपोर्ट ग्रुप होने चाहिए और मीटिंग्स होनी चाहिए. एंड मेरे को लगता है इंडिया में अभी काफी सारे सपोर्ट ग्रुप बने भी हैं. माइलोमा के लिए हमने एक इमेज ग्रुप बनाया है, इंडियन माइलोमा एकेडमिक ग्रुप, जिसमें कि हम ये कर रहे हैं. और बॉम्बे से एक माइलोमा का ग्रुप है जो इसके साथ कनेक्टेड है. तो धीरे धीरे बाकी भी बीमारियों में, बाकी भी कैंसर्स में ये ग्रुप बन रहे हैं. और तो जो आपका क्वेश्चन था कि इससे कितना फर्क वो पड़ा है, सो बहुत फर्क पड़ा है. आई थिंक एक कनेक्ट जो हमारा नहीं होता था ओपीडी में, वो इस मीटिंग के द्वारा जो है वो कनेक्ट हो रहा है, और उसमें बेनिफिट दोनों को होता है. मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूं कि जो भी ये मीटिंग्स होती हैं, इसमें चाहे फ्रेंड्स ऑफ मैक्स कहें कि हमें फायदा हुआ है, पर मेरे को हमेशा अपना पर्सनल फायदा बहुत ज्यादा लगता है. अपना फायदा और अपने कोलीग्स का फायदा और हमारे पेशेंट्स का फायदा लगता है. मेरे को लगता है ये आपके जो क्वेश्चंस आपने पूछे, ये शायद मैंने कोशिश की है उनका आंसर करने की. थैंक यू.
बहुत अच्छा आंसर किया है पंकज आपने. यू आर अ वेरी गुड कम्युनिकेटर, आई शुड से. Pankaj, do you think it has, brought you closer to your patients, these meetings, because they see a slightly different form of Pankaj Malhotra in a Friends of Max meeting compared to, a slightly, like the face that they showed, at the beginning of introducing me, right? So is that a different face in the Friends of Max meeting versus, in your outpatient?
So, मेरे को लगता है अगली बार जब ये मीटिंग होगी तो सबसे ज्यादा सेंथिल का जो फेस है वो एक अमिताभ बच्चन के फेस की तरह बनाना पड़ेगा, ताकि
नहीं, सेंथिल फेस आई डोंट नीड अमिताभ बच्चन. आई एम मी.
बिल्कुल. सो जो आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा, एब्सोल्युटली आई थिंक जो एक फैमिली की तरह फीलिंग मेरे को हमेशा ये लगती है इन पेशेंट्स के साथ, और एक फ्रेंडशिप है काफी इन लोगों के साथ. तो बहुत ही फर्क पड़ा है जो ये मीटिंग्स हुई हैं, उनसे बहुत चीजों में फर्क पड़ा है, चाहे फॉर कैंसर और फ्रेंड्स ऑफ मैक्स के जो बाकी इनके पैम्फलेट्स आते हैं. आई थिंक दे हैव मेड अ रिमार्केबल डिफरेंस in myself also. Yeah.
Great. Very good. That's a very important point. So it's a very important extremely positive feedback for Friends of Max, that you've helped physicians establish a different and a better connect with their patients. I think that's very, very important, because that makes patients feel comfortable with us, because their impression of a doctor, at least a senior learned doctor, is that he should not smile, he should be very stern all the time, very strict with patients. But I think all of us are a very changed personality when it comes to the Friends of the Max meeting. And I think a lot of that credit goes to people who are here organizing this meeting today. Bhavna, GIST is a very different ball game compared to CML. At least the metastatic GIST, the outcomes are not as good as, in CML. CML, they're talking about cure, treatment-free remissions. I don't think we ever discuss anything like that with our patients who have GIST. So how has that impacted, rather Friends of Max and what they do, how has that impacted patients with metastatic GIST, which is totally different?
I mean, Senthil, I think, I don't know about you, but since I started training, I mean, the median survival for advanced patients with GIST was less than 6 months in early 90s. But, with the discovery of c-Kit and imatinib use, I think the outcomes have become so much better. At every support group, we have a patient who's been on imatinib for 18 years, 20 years. So I think what the support groups do is help patients, give them hope as well. One of the patients themselves said, to look at a patient who's been on imatinib for 18 years, nobody knows what is stored in anybody's life. But to have a patient who's been on a drug for 18 years, 20 years, which has kept them in remission, for them to lead a completely normal life. Now, for them to talk to that patient physically gives them different kind of energy, positiveness. I think it empowers patients to look after themselves better. It's great for their emotional health. And so I think the imatinib has completely changed the outlook for advanced GIST patients compared to, when I was training. So it's very hopeful. And what Friends of Max does, what VG does is, putting it all together despite the pandemic, to have meetings in every state with every chapter. I think this is I mean, congratulations, and it helps me also treat patients better. I completely endorse Pankaj's view about that, because it does bring us closer to our patients as well.
Dinesh, what would you think? You agree with Pankaj and Bhavna, or you've got something else that you would want to say in addition to what they have already mentioned?
I completely agree with this. This plays as a role model. I think that should be applied to every disease, to the pharma, connects to the patients, connects to the physician. So I think it's a real role model.
Very good. So it's a real role model. Pankaj, let me come back to you. A lot of this, so this is a factor which is a natural spin-off of an access program as big as what the Max Foundation has done. The learning of the disease, scientific publications, and so on and so forth. There's a wealth of information and publications that have been done from this country on this very common, or rather the most common leukemia in our country itself. So, what impact has it made for you personally and for the community about the understanding of the disease? Is it different? Is it the same? Should you be managing patients any differently from that standpoint, from a science standpoint? How has Friends of Max and the way patients have been given this drug impacted that facet of the management?
Yes. So सबसे पहले, I would little bit rephrase your statement. The most common adult leukemia which we see in the clinic. So obviously, childhood ALL is the most common leukemia, which is so CML is the most common adult leukemia which we see in the clinic. तो पहले हमें ये लगता था कि शायद CML जो है वो शायद एशियन पॉपुलेशन में काफी कॉमन है और हमारे पास इंसिडेंस शायद इसका ज्यादा है. आई थिंक 2010 में शायद 9 या 10 में टाटा में जो एक कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी और CML के ऊपर, उसमें एपिडेमियोलॉजी जो है किसी ने डाटा प्रेजेंट किया था, एंड दैट वाज बेस्ड ऑन द पॉपुलेशन बेस्ड कैंसर रजिस्ट्री. And I remember stating the thing कि जो CML का incidence है वो शायद same है, वो different नहीं है. But हम CML patients ज़्यादा इसलिए देखते हैं because ये chronic type का leukemia है और patients जो हैं वो आते रहते हैं. एक तो ये चीज मैं कहना चाहता हूँ. दूसरा चीज ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डेफिनेटली हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो थोड़ी सी बड़ी है वो ये है कि CML जो इंडिया में है वो काफी लेट प्रेजेंटेशन है और उसका कारण वही है कि शुरू में सिम्टम्स नहीं होते as compared to the west जहाँ पे routine health checkup are quite common and they can diagnose CML quite early in the course of the disease. हम यहाँ पे काफी लेट डायग्नोस करते हैं. जब तक पेशेंट्स हमारे पास आते हैं ऑलमोस्ट 90% लोगों की स्प्लीन जो है वो एनलार्ज होती है और अगर आप वेस्ट में देखें तो ये फिगर सिर्फ 30% है. इसीलिए हमारे जो पेशेंट्स हैं कई बार उनका रिस्पांस वैसा नहीं हमें दिखाई देता ग्लेवेक से जो कि एक रिस्पांस वेस्ट में जो है वो कहते हैं कि इतना अच्छा रिस्पांस है, लेकिन हमारे कई बार वैसे रिस्पांसेस नहीं आते हैं. और थर्ड थिंग है कि जो हमारी वैसे पॉपुलेशन है वो थोड़ी सी यंगर पॉपुलेशन है और उसका कारण ये भी है कि हमारी एल्डरली पॉपुलेशन जो है वो सिर्फ 5% के करीब है जबकि वेस्ट में वो 15% के करीब है. तो हमारा CML का जो मेजर लोड है वो 30 से 40 साल के बीच में सबसे ज्यादा है और ये सबसे प्रोडक्टिव लाइफ जो है वो पेशेंट्स की होती है. सो ये 3-4 पॉइंट्स हैं जो मेरे को लगता है कि थोड़े से जो है वो ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम जो हमने ट्रीटमेंट किया है सो लर्न किए हैं. बच्चों में भी ग्रोथ रिटार्डेशन जो है वो देखी गई है. जो बच्चे शुरू में ही उनको ग्लेवेक दी जाती है. तो this is what I can off hand I can recall. Thank you.
Correct. All of us have learned so much because we've got a huge set of patients on a very uniform treatment, and I think that's something that lacks in in managing many diseases in our country because of access, affordability, lack of being able to come to the hospital, and so on and so forth. So this is a platform that's given us a huge volume of patients who've been treated very uniformly with the same drug from the same manufacturer, if you want to say. And so when you're collecting data, analyzing it, it makes much more sense. You're able to interpret it better and understand the disease better. So Bhavna, when it comes to GIST, has access to the drug and being able to manage all these patients been a scientific learning experience for you?
So I think one thing which I don't have data on, but my perception is that when I was in Tata Hospital, that having these patients uniformly on a drug is great, but I felt that the compliance is better because, the side effect mitigation strategies, we would spend long time discussing issues like gastritis, swelling around the eyes, things, which would make some of the patients want to stop the drug. But talking to other patients, yellowing of skin, a lot of things which they would discuss with other patients and then continue on the drug. So I don't have any data, but I think it also has helped in mitigating the side effects effectively and increasing the compliance. So it's been like a indirect PROM, patient reported outcome measure. We've just not collected the data.
Great, very good. Dinesh, go ahead.
I'll just डॉक्टर भावना ने जैसे बोला कि थोड़ा सा स्किन का जो रिएक्शन है, यस, वो भी एक चीज हमने देखा है कि हमारी जो पॉपुलेशन है उसमें जो डीपिगमेंटेशन ग्लेवेक से होती है वो काफी इट इज क्वाइट कॉमन in Indian population or I would say Asian population as compared to the West. So वो भी एक point जो है वो learning point है. Thank you.
Great, very nice. Dinesh, let me come to you. So Bhavna spoke about learning the side effects, counseling patients. So I want you to address two specific issues. One is, counseling patients on the side effects, and very importantly, monitoring disease and making sure that patients are compliant to therapy. How much has these meetings that have been organized by the Friends of Max, speaking to each other, speaking with physicians and so on, how has it really made an impact on these factors? So compliance and monitoring, both which are very, very important for any disease and more so for a disease like CML.
I think these meetings help a lot in the sense the patients are talking among themselves. So they're talking about how it has to be monitored and what has to be done and what to achieve. And even these meetings, we know your PCR. So there's a lot of awareness campaigns have been done by the Friends of Mac. So
Okay, we've lost Dinesh. It looks like his
a lot of
connection is
awareness
quite
and
unstable.
sorry, can you exempt me if you can possible? You can
Sure,
continue with
Dinesh.
others
Sure, if
if possible.
Thank
So
you,
I,
Dinesh.
I
I
can.
know you're
thanks
calling from the
so much.
railway station. Thank you so much. But thank you so much.
Sorry for putting you through all the trouble, Dinesh.
Yeah,
Thanks so much for
I can add here, Senthil, if you allow me.
Yeah, please, Pankaj.
So
both of you
I
can
think
add.
दो कैंपेन व्हाट इज माय पीसीआर कैंपेन जो शुरू किया है आई थिंक उससे काफी ज्यादा अवेयरनेस जो है वो क्रिएट हुई है एंड वी ऑल फिजिशियंस नो कि हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट इज द पीसीआर सो जो सीएमएल पेशेंट्स फॉलो अप के लिए आते हैं आई थिंक मैं उनको एक ही चीज सबसे पहले पूछता हूँ दवाई रेगुलरली खा रहे हो विच मीन्स कि कंप्लायंस है कि नहीं है which Max Foundation has put a lot of emphasis on the compliance. And the second thing is the PCR कि आपने रेगुलर दवाई खाई है आपका PCR क्या है और आपको कोई साइड इफेक्ट तो नहीं हो रहा. I think these are the three questions which I ask in my clinic to all the patients who are on regular follow up. तो जो मैक्स फाउंडेशन के थ्रू जो ये स्किट करते हैं और निर्मेश एंड प्रमोद आई एम फॉरगेटिंग द नेम.
Yes, you're right.
निर्मेश एंड प्रमोद. सो ये लोग जो स्किट करते हैं जिसमें कि वो इतना फोकस करते हैं कंप्लायंस के ऊपर और पीसीआर के ऊपर आई थिंक हमारे पेशेंट्स को बहुत ही बेनिफिट हुआ है एंड ऑब्वियसली द बेनिफिट इज टू वेज. फिजिशियंस भी जो है ना उनको ही पता कि अच्छा पेशेंट्स को पता है अगर मैं भूल जाता हूँ तो पेशेंट ही मेरे को बोल देता है कि सर मेरा पीसीआर इतना हो गया है मेरा पीसीआर इतना हो गया. तो आई थिंक ये एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज जो है वो सीएमएल के ट्रीटमेंट में बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है. थैंक यू.
Very good. I think those are very important, relevant points that Pankaj has made. Most importantly, I think when patients are with patients and caregivers, the comfort that they have to speak is simply phenomenal. It's very different from the atmosphere in the hospital, and that's very palpable. And all of us have experienced it, seen it so many times. You know, those patients who will just come and say hello to you and get out after getting their prescriptions. They would come, smile, speak to you. You yourself are very surprised that how this XYZ, that patient, come out of his or her shell and come and say hello and spoke to you. It's a very heartwarming experience when you are part of a Friends of Max meeting. It's a very different experience. You have to experience it to know it. That's not something that everybody can describe. And I think Pankaj's views have clearly echoed what my feelings are about all these meetings that we have. Bhavna, you've been through patient advocacy. That's a very important issue, and patient support groups and non-for-profit organizations like the Max Foundation can help go a long way in improving patient advocacy, empowering them, and should I say making them more powerful in a way, because ultimately everything that you and me do are for patients. Do you think patient advocacy is lacking at this point in time, and how do you think Friends of Max can really fill in whatever you want to call? I want both of you to take this question, Pankaj and Bhavna. Bhavna first and then Pankaj.
So I think, Senthil, this is a very important point because I feel an informed patient is an empowered patient. So I think patient information, disease awareness, the cancer journey, not just for GIST or CML, for everything, I think it's seriously lacking in India. There are certain groups like breast cancer. It depends also on the strata of socioeconomic strata that is commonly affected by the disease. So, I mean, we end up being patient advocates, but ideally the patients should be patients advocates. We should not
Correct.
be. So, but here I think we have a dual role to play in India and LMIC is that we have to be their advocates because most of our patients are, most of my patients from lower socioeconomic strata would say, aap decide karo, you decide. So there's no shared decision-making model. So to talk about patient advocacy, so I think to have groups like Max Foundation, Friends of Max, We Care, There are so many organizations like that who are actually helping empower the patient by educating them what is right. Because I feel a patient should have a choice to decide what they should go for. Let's say in breast cancer, why they should not have a mastectomy, why they should have breast conserving surgery followed by radiotherapy. But all of that is very seriously limited by us not having universal health coverage. Most of our patients, I would say majority of our patients, even if they come to corporate hospitals, are very resource limited. So I think a lot more needs to be done for patient advocacy in all different cancer types. And I think I would love to hear, after Pankaj, I would love to hear what VG also has to say, to see what we
have the last say. So
yeah, exactly. What we can do, what else can we do? I mean, we have tried to do it through media, through our groups. I have set up a charity as well. We try and be part of various organizations like Can Support, Voice of Tobacco Victims, and with Friends of Max. So this is the way I think we can contribute. But I think if VG could tell us what else we can do, I mean, we'd love to do that.
Pankaj, when access and affordability is so very limited for most treatments in our country, how powerful can advocacy be in a situation like that? Because when you cannot access many things, sometimes I think that, it's nice to speak about advocacy, but the ground reality is that when most of our patients don't have the ability to access drugs, is it just something that we speak about, or is it much more than that?
Yes, I think very, very important point. So one thing is we have to learn from the different advocacies, and there needs to be more communication. For example, I can give an example of patients with hemophilia. Hemophilia wale jo hain, I mean, hemophilia for jo logon ko nahi pata hai, it's a kind of a blood disorder jahan pe आपका जो bleeding हो गया तो वो clot नहीं बनता है और वो joints में bleeding हो जाती है, जिसकी वजह से उनमें disability हो जाती है और उसके लिए factor 8 की कमी होती है. Now this factor 8 is quite expensive, but just because of the sheer advocacy, these people, the Hemophilia Society of India or Hemophilia Federation of India, is able to convince the World Federation of Hemophilia, and we are getting a lot of free factors which are so costly. So these patients are getting these medicines free of cost. So, and similarly in CML also, I think with advocacy only, that the Glivec, which was given free of cost, and even right now the prices of Glivec, which are way down as compared to the West, it is just because of the advocacy only that many patients are getting Glivec either free of cost or at a very, very low price, which possibly they can afford. So one thing which I feel is that we as compared to the West, we are still not that forceful as we should have been. So we need to improve upon that, and for that we need to have I would say more coordination among the different advocacy groups. क्योंकि अभी क्या है कि चंडीगढ़ में 2-3 एडवोकेसी ग्रुप्स हैं, बॉम्बे में अलग से हैं, दिल्ली में अलग से हैं. आई थिंक राइट नाउ कोई एक थोड़ा सा जो है ना, वो अभी कम्युनिकेशन उतना नहीं है, सो दैट पीपल लर्न फ्रॉम ईच अदर, द एडवोकेसी ग्रुप्स विल आल्सो लर्न फ्रॉम ईच अदर. सो अगर कुछ एक वैसे कुछ बन जाता है, आई थिंक दैट वुड कैन रियली प्रेस अपॉन द गवर्नमेंट, एंड देन गवर्नमेंट हैज टू लिसन. अगर आपका एडवोकेसी ग्रुप बहुत अच्छा है, the government will listen to that advocacy group, and ultimately this will benefit the patients only. So yeah, these are my thoughts.
Absolutely. I think you made a very important point, Pankaj, that even though we are from a lower middle income country, but with the support of physicians, with the support of non-profit organizations, patient support groups, we can still make sure that our patients' voices are heard. When you form a group, obviously you are louder. If you're louder, people will certainly listen to you. And I think that's a big difference that Friends of Max have made, at least for these two diseases that we are discussing today. Professor Raghu wanted to make a comment on advocacy. Sir, please go ahead. Professor Raghu? Sir, you need to
deviate a little from CML only.
Okay.
Sometime back, I did a clinical trial with the Breast International Group. the first trial, which was done with the so-called lapatinib versus trastuzumab trial in India. Most of you know the trial. It was called the TEACH trial. In that, any patient who had in the past also been HER2 positive was enrolled onto the trial, and there was a double-blind randomization. And after some time, the trial got suspended because patients who were on lapatinib did poorly as compared to those who were on trastuzumab. So the Breast International group actually gave a verdict saying that all those patients who are on lapatinib alone must now receive trastuzumab. So this was the ruling which was given at that time. When I was at the Nizam's Institute at that time, unfortunately for some unknown reason, the ethics committee was scrapped. So although the Breast International group agreed to give me the drug, the sponsor of the trial, the supplier of the drug, the supplier of the drug refused to honor my request for supply of the drug to 28 of my patients who were on the lapatinib only arm. So I said, I will sue your company that the drug is for the patient's benefit. It is not for the ethics committee. It is not for the Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences. It is not for the benefit of Raghunadharao, who is the principal investigator, but it is for the benefit of the patients that the drug is going to be given. And they said, okay, we will go back and discuss amongst ourselves. They didn't do anything. Then I got in contact with the principal investigators at Breast International Group in Brussels. Most of you know her. So she remained the president of ESMO for a very long time. And I said, this is very unfair on your part not to give the drug to my patients simply because there is no ethics committee monitoring the trial at this stage. The trial was closed. This is a post hoc analysis. So the trial was closed internationally. Then no more recruitment was happening. All these patients are on follow-up only. So I moved again and said I will complain to the European Medicines Agency and to the US FDA. I wrote to both of them that my patients have been denied the drug. So sometimes you need to advocate on behalf of your patients for their right to the same care as any other patient in the world. So you need to help there. So you as clinician have the duty to say, I could have simply said, forget about it. Okay, there's no ethics committee. Why should I bother? Why should I get the drug? So every single one of my patients got the drug. So the worth value of the drug in those days was 12.5 crore rupees. So it means that even though we are not part of the advocacy group, we need to be very vigilant about some injustice. That is how the rules got changed for ethics committees in India, because multinationals were taking patients on clinical trials for a ride. So never again, I hope that will be repeated.
Great. Thanks, Professor Raghu. I think you made a very important point that each one of us has our role to play as far as advocacy is concerned, and all of us together should make sure that the best happens for our patients. So we have done our 30 minutes, but let me quickly ask one question to Pankaj, Bhavna, and then finally to Amma. Pankaj, what else do you think that the Friends of Max or the Max Foundation can do? Both of you. Pankaj and then Bhavna. Is there anything else that you think they should be doing?
Let Dr. Bhavna speaks, then let me think
over
it.
Ladies first. The lady first.
Okay, so basically, I was just thinking, just taking the example from breast cancer. So in UK, the two big charities, Breast Cancer Now and Breast Cancer Research, they combined and they've become one charity. We had Cancer Backup and Macmillan. They combined and they've become one charity for whole of UK, not Scotland. So I think that has so much power to then they present it to the parliamentary group, and so I think this is what we need to be moving towards pan India, where let's say, okay, you're doing CML and GIST, so pan India, so that the government will have to listen. If the doctors and the patients and the advocates are all together on one page, the government has to listen. Yes, they did bring the MRP down, which was a fantastic step. But there are a lot of other things that we can do with, get engaged with Ayushman Bharat, with other governmental things, so that, our patients get access to everything that is there under the sun.
Okay,
Great,
so
Pankaj.
yeah, yes, so I feel the Friends of Max जो एक group है, I mean they have done a great job, but still I feel there is some lack in the sense कि जैसे CML के लिए ही है, ponatinib we gave to some patients, but then it was stopped कि वो नहीं दे सकते. We know कि CML के लिए नई drug asacinib है. इवन जो निलोटिनिब का भी जो है, जैसे ग्लीवेक असिस्टेंस प्रोग्राम था, निलोटिनिब का उतना नहीं हो पाया शुरू में. So I think few years back we did lost many patients. So although Friends of Max is doing a great job, but I as Dr. Bhavna said कि थोड़ा सा जो है, थोड़ा सा they have to be little more strong, so that government should listen to them, that this is one which is doing so much for the last many years for the patients, and we have to listen to them. So they have to make that kind of a strong movement, and they should not focus on Gleevec only. The new drugs for CML which are coming, I think very few of our patients actually need that, but this is life-saving drugs. So if we can, do that kind of an advocacy for the newer CML drugs, that would be great. That is my expectation from the Friends of Max. Thank you.
Thanks, Pankaj. I'm sure in whatever capacity they will be able to do your, whatever you're requesting, I'm sure they will try their best. So, and then finally, let me come to the lady of the day, should I say, Amma. So I want you to be very honest in two important questions that I'm going to ask you, because this is a learning for all of us. We all try to do things to the best of our abilities, empower patients, do treatments, and so on and so forth. You've been interacting with patients not only of CML and GIST, but breast cancer. All through your life, you've been with patients. So I want you to tell us, where are physicians falling short? I'm sure we are. It's just impossible. It's unbelievable if somebody says that you're a complete physician. All of us try to be complete, but I'm sure there is some incompleteness in what is called complete. So where do you think physicians can improve? And second question, how can we help the Max Foundation and the Friends of Max better? Because I want everybody to carry home, or rather carry to work tomorrow, something that we have learned from patients' experiences and organizations like yours. So how can we improve? What can we do better for you? These are two parting questions, should I say. And I want you to be very honest.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil, for asking me. We have always seen ourselves, whether it is a non-profit like the Max Foundation or a patient support group, we are the bridge between the patient and the physician. And as a non-profit, the Max Foundation has worked very hard to give CML and GIST patients a voice. For all these years, because of the program, the PAP that we were involved in, I keep saying this, CML and GIST strange bedfellows, but because of imatinib and because of the program, they came together. And this was the first time ever that patients continue to live with cancer. So their needs were different. What we were looking at were patients who themselves were so surprised that they take a pill and they, a potentially fatal condition is converted into a chronic manageable disease. And we also saw how it took our physicians also by surprise. You have all been looking after the same patients for almost 2 decades now. And that was where we saw that there are some very special needs. I think it was John who said earlier that, when he spoke about the tiger in the cage, and he said that the sword, Damocles' sword, he constantly feels it is there above his head. So that is the fear everybody is living with. And they come to you. They come to you for succor, for treatment, for that hand of friendship, which through Friends of Max, you all have extended to the patients. I don't think there are any shortcomings in any of the patients we are dealing with. What we need to do, we are also working now on, we are working on our strategic plan now in the Max Foundation. And we are ready now to step into an arena which is not only confined to CML or GIST. Already we have partnerships with many other well-known names in the industry, and through humanitarian donations, they are making drugs available. Dr. Pankaj, I know exactly what you mean when you say that ponatinib access is such a big problem. We began that with a lot of optimism, but for various reasons, we've had to put a stop there. But I know the coming year, this is it's like on my to-do list, it's from 1 to 10. Senthil, in answer to your first question, I personally don't see any shortcomings in our physicians over the years. And I know that my senior city chapter leaders, my team members will all agree. Over the years, you have shown time and again that you will stand up for our patients and you will help them to be heard. So when I said that as a nonprofit, we empower the patient to speak, I think as their treating physicians, we want you to carry their voices a little bit further. And I think that combination has got to work wonders. I know that Pat is already here. And Pat, would you unmute yourself and show yourself to us? And
Vijay, can I make a single line comment, please?
Yes. Pat, we would really like you to. This is so wonderful that you were able to listen to this discussion.
Vijay, just a single line comment.
Dr. Raghu, and
consider it a closing comment. Dr. Senthil, I have been listening continuously to all the programs for the past 2 days. This really is the pièce de resistance, because what was discussed in the last 40 minutes or so is what will take us forward in the future. I mean, learning about CML, learning how to handle it, we are constantly doing that. But what was discussed in this 45 minutes was really path-breaking. It will give us some idea as to how to proceed further and how to make lives for many cancer patients that much better. Thank you for formatting those brilliant questions, and thank you for the panelists for answering them so succinctly. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
I have to say that I didn't format anything at all, sir. I was just listening. And then, as things came upon one after the other, you keep, your mind keeps working, and then you keep asking questions. I'm used to asking questions. Bhavna knows that. So in fact, she asked me this evening, Senthil, what is it that you're going to discuss and ask me? I said, nothing, I don't know. Let's discuss something. That's what I told her. I'm glad that we've been able to do a good job. Pat, final word, and then we'll close.
Senthil is the best moderator. I love being on his panels.
Oh my goodness, Bhavna, thanks so much for that.
Okay, well, good evening to everyone. I'm so happy to join you today. Looking forward to the session, and I was really actually very happy to be listening to the past 15 or 20 minutes of the conversation. In my experience in India, there is great support from physicians, and like Vijay said, I don't think we can ask more from our partner physicians. What is been really difficult, and I will also speak very transparently, as you were asking Vijay to do, the regulatory system in India works against us. Every time we try to do something, it is very unfriendly. The whole issue with ponatinib has to do with the way in which medicines need to be imported to this day still it works against the drug that comes in for donation in India. So I was thinking about the examples that were given before, and the fact that it has to be not only CML patients that are having this problem, that this has to be a universal problem in all the cancers and disease areas where people are trying to help, but the regulatory system is very unfriendly. So perhaps looking for those big umbrella organizations with a common goal of trying to make the regulatory system more patient-friendly, that will allow companies to help patients. It is not sometimes for lack of wanting, it is because it's impossible to overcome the challenges. As you know, that we have had so many challenges even in the past 2 or 3 years with the GPAP program and now with the max access solutions, that is still, you have to do it sort of against the system itself is not set up for that. So I think that joining forces with other advocacy groups in India and having that common goal would be really helpful.
Thank you so much for those very important inputs back. I'm sure physicians here would be more than happy to join hands with the Friends of Max or any other organization that we have to get together with and try to push the regulatory system to help all of us do better for our patients. I'm sure it'll happen, and that's a job that is to be done. And on behalf of all the physicians who are here, I would pledge support to be with all of you to get those things forward and make sure that we are able to do the best for our patients. So with that, I will stop this panel discussion. We have exceeded our time by 5 minutes, so we'll stop there. Thank you so much for asking me to do this, and on behalf of all the physicians who are here, let me salute all of you who are there, from the Max Foundation, from Friends of Max, for empowering physicians to be able to take care of patients with this very treatable disease. And I think nobody with a disease should go untreated, and more so a disease wherein cure is a reality today. Thank you so much, and I'll hand it over back to the organizers. Thank you, Dr. Raghu and Dr. Vaz. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil. Thank you to all our physicians who were here tonight, who took the time to answer all our patients' queries, and for holding that very, very enlightening panel discussion. And like Dr. Senthil just said, salute to all of you. I would now like to call Friends of Max trustee Pramod George to begin and welcome Pat Garcia-Gonzalez, CEO of the Max Foundation. Pramod, over to you.
Our Facebook status on February 4th, 2021 was, "I'm committed to ensuring that every person diagnosed with cancer has access to the best treatment, care, and support, no matter where they live, and I will never quit." She is a godmother and inspiration to someone, living ideal of humanity to someone. For more than 20 years, she has been dedicated to improving the lives of cancer survivors around the world. A native of Argentina, she has a master's degree from the University of Washington and a technical degree in nursing. She is the co-founder of the Max Foundation, started in 1997 in honor of her stepson, Max. Under her direction since 2005, the Max Foundation is dedicated to increasing global assessment, access to treatment, care, and support for people living with cancer across 66 low and middle income countries, along with a partnership with global network of 220 physicians and 70 patient associations. She is an advisor to the CML Advocates, the International CML Foundation, and on the board of the Partnership of Quality Medical Donations. In recognition of her tireless efforts and on behalf of the patients worldwide, she has been honored with the CEO Award from the Union International Cancer Control the Distinguished Golden Tennis Shoe Award from the United States, the First Cancer Institute Global Cancer Medical Humanitarian Award, and the inaugural Emerging Regional Support and Partnership Prize by the International CML Committee for a role in leading the Max Foundation. She lives in Edmonds, Washington, where she raises a 4 son. In Hindi, when we say, "Inke baare mein aur kya kehna, sirf naam hi kafi hai." Pat, I said that nothing more than your name is enough. Let me welcome a pillar of strength and support, Pat Garcia-Gonzalez, CEO of the Max Foundation, as she shares a view on 2 decades of her service. Over to you, Pat.
Thank you, Pramod, and thank you for having me. That was too wonderful of an introduction. Thank you so much. I have been looking forward to speaking to all of you today, and I really hope that this session will be an interactive session. I have put together just a few slides to get us thinking and about the topics that we're going to talk about, but I really hope that to have a conversation with all of you about the relationship between the Max Foundation and Friends of Max, which I think is, you know, a model of a relationship between 2 organizations. So the first thing I need to do is try to successfully share my screen so I can show you my slides. And let's see if that can happen, okay? In this world of Zoom. Play from the start. Is good? You see my screen?
Yes.
Ah, perfect. Okay, very perfect. So anyway, again, very happy to be in this meeting. I was speaking yesterday with the trustees. I was saying how much I miss all of you. I think we all have had a pretty rough year where we had to adapt so quickly to a very changing world. But, you know, we have come on top. We have learned to communicate in different way. And today I am lucky to be able to be with all of you through this Zoom meeting. So let's talk a little bit about the relationship between the Max Foundation and its partner patient groups, especially Friends of Max. Just to remind everyone, and Pramod did a great job of talking about our mission. Our mission is to increase global access to treatment, care, and support for people living with cancer. Lately, I read this, I didn't make up this sentence, but I have adopted it. I read, someone said, I think in World Cancer Day, where you live should not determine if you live. And I think that that's the core of what the Max Foundation aims to do, is to decrease cancer disparities so that a person diagnosed with cancer has the same chance to beating the disease no matter where they live or no matter their circumstances. We have a vision. Our vision is a world where everyone can face cancer with dignity and with hope. And so everything that we do, we really aim to make sure that we're with patients in the cancer journey, and that to the extent possible, people can go through this journey, not only with dignity, which I think is one of the most important things one can ask for, but also with hope. So how does Max Foundation implement its mission and the vision? You know, we have sort of 4 pillars of our work. First of all, to the extent that we can, we provide access to treatment to patients that otherwise would not have it. Once we have provided access to treatment, or that patients have access to treatment, we realize that drugs are not able to do what they need to do if we don't have access to diagnostics. So in the past 10 years, we have dedicated a lot of our resources and efforts to increase access to diagnostics for patients. We also understand that patient education is very important, especially for cancers like CML or GIST, where patients have to live with the disease for a very long time. And so that education becomes a very key component achieving our mission. And then we understand the importance of peer-to-peer support. No one can tell you any better than the other person going through the disease about how to deal with the disease. So why are patient support organizations important? And this is one of my favorite photos of all times. It's such a wonderful group of strong, wonderful friends, really. So patient support groups are important because no one else, not your physician, not the experts, not a NGO, no one can help a patient the way a peer can help a patient. The shared experience, the understanding of what patients are going through, the understanding of how the local culture influences how one lives through the experience. And for that reason, patient support groups are, in a unique position to advocate for the needs of patients. And that's why, the Max Foundation can do a lot, but the Max Foundation cannot do what Friends of Max can do. And that's why it is so important to us, our partnership with Friends of Max. So let's talk about this partnership of these two organizations. Even though we are separate organizations, we're two different entities, we have a lot in common. And as you know so well, we partner very importantly on disease education. I think just now the session I was listening to, and all the sessions and the questions and answers on the disease education are so important. The patient meetings are also such a core part of how we partner with each other. And then diagnostics and adherence to treatment. These are such core and important pieces of living with CML and GIST, and the Max Foundation and Friends of Max. This is the core of how we partner with each other in the best interest of the patients that we serve together. We have a common purpose. We have a common mission. And I think that images like this one, which today is, a virtual meeting, but is something that we cannot forget. We have been doing this for such a long time together, but every day in India, many people are diagnosed with these diseases. And for somebody that's diagnosed today, it is today they need us, just like starting over. So even though, we feel that we have done this for a long time, I think all of us in this Zoom meeting know so much. We're so used to the patient meetings. For each of and every person in India that today hears for the first time the word chronic myeloid leukemia or gastrointestinal stroma tumor, the fear, the anxiety, the unknown, this is where Friends of Max and the Max Foundation can help. So let's talk a little bit about the evolution of a partnership. We now have been partners for such a long time. And I do remember the first set of Friends of Max meetings when I went to India for the first time, I think, to launch Friends of Max with VG. We have come a very long way. And I think that we can separate our relationship between our two organizations in three separate sort of time frames. The beginning was the unmet access, unmet need for access to Gleevec. Gleevec has just come into the market, such an important treatment that changed the nature of the disease and change how you live with the disease. And so access to the treatment itself was at the core of our efforts because many, many patients in India needed this help. And so, the first and most important thing that we did was to bring treatment or facilitate access to treatment in India through the patient access programs. And together, as patients were coming into the program, in partnership with Friends of Max, providing emotional support and education to patients. Now, at some point, a few years ago, Gleevec and imatinib in general became more affordable. There have been gains in India for the government to get involved and to a certain extent provide access through the local healthcare system to some patients. And this is when I think things, as the environment around us starting to change in a way that we need to start thinking differently about the relationship between the Max Foundation and Friends of Max, because for so many years, GPAP was the structure through which we related to each other. But in the last few years, the importance of GPAP, let's say for all CML and GIST patients in India, is less because patients are accessing treatment in different ways now. And so even though we continue to help patients and provide emotional support and education, we shifted a little bit our emphasis in our relationship to add the component of diagnostics, because with more access to treatment, now we realize that diagnostics becomes that second pillar of the treatment that now it's a little bit lacking for all the patients. And so that we have been partnering as well in the access to diagnostics and through fundraising through Chai for Cancer, being able to help in this way. And then onwards, on the 2020 onwards, we have, of course, transitioned the program to the Max Access Solutions. So still, right now, we are in a situation with all people that are diagnosed with CML or GIST right now are accessing treatment through the local healthcare system. Or through their own funding of the treatment. So I think that if the Friends of Max and the Max Foundation are now just shifting the focus more into continuing the access to diagnostics. I know there's a lot of interest in TFR, education, peer-to-peer support. And, I wonder if focusing on helping new patients navigate the local healthcare system is something that we need to really try to shift to in the next few years. So I did a little bit of an analysis. I don't know, many of you know what a SWOT analysis is looking at the relationship between the Max Foundation and Friends of Max, and look at what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses, where are the opportunities, and what are the threats. So some of you in business that might have gone to business school know very well about a SWOT analysis. So I thought it was worthwhile just to think about our relationship and think about how do we stand in this type of analysis. The strength, of course, cannot be underestimated. We are aligned not only in our mission and commitment to the patients we serve, but I do think that it's the deep commitment to each other as organizations, as our people, that is our biggest strength in the relationship between Friends of Max and the Max Foundation. I think a weakness as we look at this relationship is that we live in not a stable environment, right? Things change all the time. And I think that 2020 was a wake-up call for the world to remind us that we don't control the environment. We don't control, even though we don't want things to change, things will change anyway. And to me, I think the biggest learning of 2020 is to remember this and to understand that success is not just to be happy with how things are today, but to be open to always be looking at the environment and constantly be realigning our programs, our strategy. And I think that for the relationship between Friends of Max and the Max Foundation, we have to constantly be in communication with each other so that we can realign together as the environment changes. Opportunities are many. I think the opportunity now to focus really in the wraparound support, I believe that together we can make such a big difference in the lives of people living with CML and GIST in India. And I do, this ends with a threat, and I was thinking about, what's the biggest threat to our partnership? And I do have to say that as sort of organizations and thinking about the long term, I would say that, we do depend on one key individual that drives both organizations. And that I think with this, I want to say that, we have to make sure we don't put everything on VG as much as we love her and as much as she loves us. And she gives 150% of herself, that I think all of us have to step up and make sure that we are all part of driving the organizations. So this was my last international trip before the pandemic. I was so glad all last year that I had gotten to India January of last year. I remember this meeting with the trustees. I think that if you ask me in the past 3 years or so, that I have really enjoyed the maturity of the partnership that I have with the trustees of Friends of Max, where we can talk about all the issues in a very professional way and really make sure that we discuss all perspectives and that we do the best for the patients that we serve. So this photo that was taken a little bit more than a year ago, it was a very wonderful time for me to be able to be there, and I do hope that we will see each other again in person sooner than later. So 2021 and beyond, I think that it is important that we reframe our relationship beyond a Gleevec Access program. There is the relationship between the Max Foundation and Friends of Max is not driven by especially by the Novartis Access program, right? So I think for many years, Friends of Max was able to define itself by GPAP. And so if somebody was talking about Friends of Max, I said, well, we have 18,000 members. Okay, I think that now Friends of Max needs to shift to see how can you serve all patients that are living with CML and GIST in India, not just the ones that are in an access program. And that we both together need to figure out how to serve all patients. I think that we will continue to focus on local needs and providing patient services. I think this educational forum are so important. We were talking yesterday about diagnostics and TFR with the trustees. I think reaching the newly diagnosed patients is a challenge, and that we need to think about how do we do that together. And of course, all of us have to adapt to sort of post-COVID-19 and think about what have we learned and how can we move forward. So, this was also a photo we took last year. when I see this photo, I think about all of you, that not only most of you are living with CML or GIST, or somebody in your family is living with CML and GIST, but you give yourself to others in such a brave and generous way that you're always my inspiration every day. So I wanted to say that, due to COVID this year, we are having, our annual gala in Seattle is going to be virtual. So if any of you, I don't know if you have the information from VG, but all of you are welcome to register, and I think it's going to be a wonderful event, and hope to see you there. And now I will end this slideshow and stop sharing so we can see each other, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Who is going to speak? Is it Mr. Pramod that is muted?
Who's going to ask you the questions? It's like you were sharing everything that you learned in the organization, in your association with us. So wonderful to learn and to share, like what the byline says. So 20 years of your service has benefited not only us, but people across the globe. Someone who don't know you also has been benefited by it. It's so wonderful. And we agree that a lot of pressure is there on Amma playing the dual, wearing the dual hat and working. And we'll surely explore the possibility of how we can ease out her work a bit. And it's the relationship that we have with Max Foundation is not, of course it started with the medicine, but it's now gone beyond that. It's gone much beyond that. When you ask someone to talk about Friends of Max, well, the first thing that comes is Max Foundation, and that Max is the common binding factor which brings us all together. And what we are today, we might be out of the program or be in the program, that's a different thing. But the association in this past so many years has matured us in such a way that our commitment not only towards us, our family, but our society also has increased. Our approach towards the society has increased. It has improved a lot, much lot. Like a person might have limited himself to a particular thought, but after this relationship that we had, after the constant learning that we had, after the sharings that we had in all the Friends of Max meetings, we are all enriched with so much knowledge. Today when the doctors were speaking, I'm sure that many of our core group leaders, the city chapter leaders who are listening, they knew a lot of things on that. They have been empowered with so much knowledge because of all this. We are thankful to the Max Foundation, especially you, for all the support that you've given us. It was wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, Pramod. I mean, I do think the biggest, if I can leave one thought, the thought I have and the challenge that I see for us in India is, are we capturing all the newly diagnosed patients to come to Friends of Max? How do we in a more structured way, maybe through the physicians, to make sure that every person that hears for the first time in their life the word chronic myeloid leukemia is told there is this group, here's how you can contact them, and they are a wonderful family that can, that can give you so much support. And I don't know, maybe Vijay, I have to ask you, to what extent do you feel that's happening, and how can it happen in a more sort of structured way?
Here, it is happening because we do have what we call a protocol when all our physicians know that know about Friends of Max, and yes, some of our physicians do refer their patients to us. And the minute a newly diagnosed CML patient is sent to us, and these introductions come to us either through a call from the patient who has been given our number by the physician or directly from the physician. And immediately the city chapter leaders take over. The Max Foundation team, puts them in touch with them and they take over and they become part of the fold. This happens, but it could happen in a much larger scale, that's for sure. And I can see Dr. Pankaj is still here. Dr. Raghunadharao was here till just now. These are some of the doctors who are very aware of what FOM is capable of and what the Max Foundation does. So yes, but this is definitely something which the trustees have also been working on. We have, I think, Anil, are you here, Anil Nagpal? Because when the trustees go to see the physicians whom they are being treated by, they take with them Friends of Max literature to leave with the physicians there. It's happening. It could happen faster and better, but yes, it is happening.
Yeah, I think we also have, because for a while, sort of the database of patients in the Access program was the same as the database of people in Friends of Max. But now we have to sort of create sort of a separate, right, registry or database for Friends of Max, so that, our goal should be that no person in India is diagnosed with either CML or GIST and be alone in their disease. That has to be our goal. And so we need to continue to figure out, I imagine hundreds of people are diagnosed every day. And how can we make sure that nobody's feeling alone and that everybody can be served by Friends of Max? I think that that would be wonderful if we can achieve that.
Pat, there's a question that has come. What is the roadmap towards second and third generation TKIs in terms of any program under Max Foundation?
Yeah, it's a really good question. My comment in the session before is very related to this question. It is very difficult to set up access from outside of India to any of these second and third generation drugs. The regulatory system, right now is not friendly to that. There's many challenges that are almost impossible to overcome on importation of drugs. I feel that the best case scenario, we have to make sure that these companies are registering their drugs in India. We have to make sure these companies are doing clinical trials in India, and to provide local access programs in India. We can try, but we will never, our system will never be enough to fulfill the needs of, let's say, a drug like ponatinib. So the need is huge, and I think that this drug needs to be registered in India and made accessible through some kind of an access program. And this is the comment that I was talking about, is like figuring out what other organizations are having the same kind of problem, so that together you can be stronger to advocate. It is not for lack of wanting. Believe me that all of us would give anything to be able to provide these drugs, and sometimes not for lack of the companies helping the Max Foundation. It is really that with the number of patients in India that need these drugs need to be studied in India, registered in India, commercialized in India, and accessible to patients in India, and not so much depending on a program like what we have that can help a handful of patients, but not all the patients that need help.
No more questions that has come up, Pat, as of now.
Very good. That's because we have answered all the questions possible.
Thank you,
that
Pat.
we had.
Thank you, Pat, for sharing all your learnings and for all your support and acknowledgement that you've given Friends of Max. Your 2 decades of learning is a blessing to us as well as to a lot of people across the globe. May God Almighty bless you more and your service be useful for more. And we as Friends of Max continue to be thankful and assure you our support and commitment in whatever you want us to do. Thank you, Pat.
Well, I am here to do whatever is it that you need. I said to you yesterday, let's not wait a whole year to see each other. I want to make sure I tell you to be safe, to be good, to keep with all the COVID restrictions, get ready when it's your turn and get that vaccine. So that we all can see each other soon. It's really always a pleasure to me to be with all of you. I miss seeing you in person, but I'm committed to continuing this very important partnership with Friends of Max. I think we have really exciting opportunities to make a difference in India this year. So let's keep in touch, and thank you. I know it's very late and you all have been on this meeting all day. So I really appreciate making the time for me to speak with all of you.
Thank you, Pat. And I now request our trustees Sujeesh and Professor Kuna to come in for the last concluding session.
You have to unmute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pat, for that wonderful session. And so I have been associated with Friends of Max for the last 15, 16 years. And I still remember the first meeting where we met in the parking lot of a sports complex in Mumbai, 800 of us. Okay. Some things have not changed in these last 16 years. It's the bonding between the patients, the exemplary contributions our physicians make in every meeting, every panel discussion, the way they interact with the patients and answer their questions, their patients, the entertainment part of it, and the medical sessions are the hallmark of all our meetings. So even in the pandemic, in these last 16 years, if we have done more than 200 patient meetings, more than 8 annual meetings, and more than 4 leadership summits. And even in the pandemic, we have been able to do virtual meetings almost every month. And that shows that we are committed to our motto of together we share and learn. And this time when Vijay Amma said that we should do a virtual leadership summit, we all agreed because we knew that those things won't change. No, people will come, 250 people registered for this. Hundreds of them have logged in on both days, given the fact that it is a weekend and that everybody is slightly disturbed with the COVID situation. Okay. And even after that, I think we have had a very successful meeting. And we have been graced by the presence of more than a dozen reputed oncologists. Most importantly, for the first time ever, we have been able to get other Friends of Max chapters from across the world, other Max stations from across the world to talk to us and share their experiences and challenges. So we have learned a lot, and I'm sure there are a lot of challenges in future, and we will always do our best, always try our best to address those challenges and take the motto of the Max Foundation forward along with Friends of Max. With this, I would ask Dr. Koner to thank everybody who has been part of this successful leadership summit.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sujis. Good evening. I hope you all enjoyed the meeting. Sujis has asked me to raise a vote of thanks, but before going to that session, at the outset, I used to say something. It is heartening to see the FOM LS21 meeting has become an international event with the participation from various Asian countries and European countries, just like Asia Pacific, Southeast Asia, and Europe. So, in a sense, LS21 is a global event. Now, first of all, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to the doctors. Somebody says they are also our family members, but still we are happy to see them, especially Dr. H Advani, Dr. Mohan B Dr. B Agarwal, Dr. Shyam Agarwal, Dr. Malhotra, Dr. Bhawna Sirohi, Dr. Hari Menon, Dr. Raghunadharao, Dr. Hemanth Malhotra, Dr. Ganapati Ramanan, Dr. Senthil Rajappa, Dr. Dinesh Bhurani, and Dr. Manju Sengar. Despite their busy schedule, they find time to participate in the meeting and deliver talks, and most importantly, they have given a valuable suggestion, especially regarding the COVID and COVID vaccine, because you know that last few months we are flooded with inquiry from the patient that about the COVID and COVID vaccination. So I think our patient will be benefited from the deliberation of the doctor in both the sessions. We are really thankful to the organization from abroad for their participation in the meeting, especially from our international brethren. For example, Touch by Max from Philippines, represented by Dr. Rod Padua, Max family of Malaysia by Dr. Abd Razak, Global CML Advocates Group by Ian Geissler, Saifur Rahaman from Bangladesh, Giora Sharf of MPN. We are very happy to see them participating in our platform and to make this event internationally important. We are delighted to see enthusiasm of the city chapter's leader, as is reflected their en masse participation in the meeting. Thank you all for your active participation in the meeting. This meeting would not have been possible if help from all members of Max India team are not help from Max India team are not received, especially Sudha, Bina, Priyanka, Prashant, and others, and also our youngest member Ashray Pal. We are really grateful to all of you for your encouraging help to arrange the necessary arrangement for the meeting, and your painstaking planning led this meeting as a successful event. We used to extend our heartfelt thanks to YDRA for running the event so smoothly. Especially we wish to thank Mr. Faisal and Vivek for their unrelenting effort while planning this meeting and running this meeting virtually. Without their help, this meeting would not have been possible to run so smoothly. I wish to extend gratitude our fellow trustee for their active participation and help during planning and while running the program. Like all other meetings, Bhai and Vidu show welcome the audience that helps us, our audience, to get interest in this meeting. We are very grateful to particularly to Pramod and Nirmesh for this event. We used to record our very, very special thanks from our bottom of heart to our beloved Amma and Pat for their guardian-like support and guidance in this program. In this connection, we wish to record our heartfelt thanks to the Max Office, Seattle, for their help. And finally, I wish to thank Dr. Raghu and Dr. Jude. They are also our members, city chapter members. So for running the medical session so smoothly and put the question to the panel. Probably all the questions are not answered because of lack of time probably, but most of the questions are actually replied. And finally, from my personal behalf and on behalf of Friends of Max, I wish to thank all others. Probably I have missed some names, so that is my fault. Probably they will forgive me for this mistake. Thank you all. Thank you very much.